Chapter 1493. 3 days later, the God Realm Empire was unprecedentedly grand. More than 200 deities gathered at the border of the two empires, accompanied by strong men from various cavern worlds. In the entire Divine Realm Empire, as long as one had status, they would all come to participate in this sudden meeting. It was comparable to the time when the Eastern and Western alliances formed an alliance. Su Yu's return and his coronation as the emperor were all within our expectations. However, it was unexpected that the Dakini would show weakness so quickly. Haha, you don't know this, but a few days ago, Emperor Yu summoned his old subordinates, and Dakini came and forcibly intervened. Oh, is that so? What was the result? Haha, look at the situation now. What do you think the result was? Hiss. Emperor Yu's methods are superb. He dared to come back in such a high-profile manner, so he must have some confidence. Unfortunately, I don't think he can successfully conclude the contract. The people who were discussing tacitly closed their mouths. When the two alliances formed an alliance, the two leaders of the Western Alliance died tragically at the hands of the demons. Not only did the people of the Western Alliance take it to heart, but the strong men of the Eastern Alliance were also suspicious. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura came from the Eastern and Western divine regions, colliding at the border of the two regions, forming an invisible enchantment that shrouded all directions. Under the divine aura, people couldn't help but worship. Welcome, Mother Empress, welcome, Emperor Yu. Swish! Under the deities' welcome, the two emperors teleported and appeared at the border. Dakini sat in a phoenix carriage, driven by 4 powerful phoenixes that had never appeared in Xing River. Each phoenix had a cultivation of level 4, which was more powerful than most of the creatures present. The rainbow-colored feathers, the cold and arrogant temperament, and the powerful cultivation gave people a deep sense of shock. What was even more shocking was that these divine beasts were just Dakini's means of transportation. The grandeur of her entrance were quite shocking. On the other hand, Su Yu was dressed in a plain robe, standing alone with his hands behind his back. He had no subordinates and no beast carriage to ride, which made him look shabby, completely inconsistent with the temperament of an emperor. In comparison, Dakini looked more like an emperor. When the two emperors arrived, everyone quieted down and waited for them to speak. The Dakini's calm eyes examined Su Yu. Her gaze was calm, just like the Dakini's gentle and kind self. She moved her eyes away and looked down at the gods. She spoke in a gentle and sweet-sounding voice. Today, Emperor Yu and Emperor Yu have made a contract. The two emperors will be in charge of the Celestial Realm Empire together. I hereby summon all the gods to bear witness. All the deities said, 2 emperors standing side by side is the fortune of our empire. Mother Dakini nodded slightly, and a maidservant behind her produced a large jade seal, which was incredibly beautiful. The seal was engraved with a qilin, and the words Divine Realm Empire were engraved at the bottom. This seal was the imperial jade seal of the Divine Realm Empire. Any imperial edict would require the imperial seal. Controlling this seal was equivalent to controlling the Divine Realm Empire. This is the imperial seal, Mother Voidwalker said. It will be split into 2, with Emperor Feather and I each holding 1/2. Whenever there is a major decision to be made, the 2 of us will come together to discuss it. Then the imperial seal will be placed in one place, and the imperial edict will be issued. The deities were secretly in awe. This was going to be a historical moment. Bang! Mother Dakini clenched her fist, and the jade seal split into 2 neat halves. Mother Dakini threw 1/2 of it to Su Yu. Su Yu caught it and checked it carefully to make sure there was no mistake. Mother Dakini said, "The imperial seal has been split. Next, you and I should discuss the specific matters. What matters can be decided by you and me, and what matters require the imperial seal to be put together." Su Yu said, "That's exactly what I want." Swish! Mother Dakini waved her sleeves and created a huge enchantment in the air. Inside the enchantment, not only could it isolate sound, but it could also isolate spies. At least, Su Yu's transparent, I couldn't see through the enchantment. We should not be disturbed by outsiders when we are discussing. This is a secret room that I have specially created. It can exclude external interference, and we can discuss in peace. Mother Dakini made a gesture of invitation. The deities were shocked. Here it comes. In the past, the two leaders of the Great Western Alliance were also killed by the demons who appeared mysteriously in public. Today, Mother Dakini proposed a secret meeting again. Would the unimaginable scene of the past happen again? Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing no intention of entering. Are you worried? Mother Dakini said calmly, but the discussion can't be delayed. After a moment of silence, Mother Dakini withdrew the enchantment and said, Since Emperor Yu doesn't trust me, Emperor Yu can choose the venue for the discussion. Any venue is fine. It sounded like Su Yu was a villain, while Mother Dakini was magnanimous. Many of the bystanders looked at the aura, clothes, and even temperament of the two. Naturally, they had a better impression of Mother Dakini. She is the female empress, after all. Her temperament is far superior to that of a young man. Indeed, the God Realm Empire used to be prosperous, but Su Yu's return caused the God Realm to be divided into two. Exactly. Why did he come back? He could have just died in the Tianhu. Mother Dakini quietly suppressed Su Yu's image, and it was quite effective. Su Yu was not moved. He said calmly, In that case I won't retreat. Thunder Emperor, you set up the enchantment. The Thunder Emperor of the Great Western Alliance stood out immediately. After a slight hesitation, he said quietly, Emperor Yu, why don't you invite the people of the Great Eastern Alliance to attack together? This will show our generosity. Otherwise, Mother Dakini will take all the treasures. Su Yu said with a faint smile, So what if she gets all the attention? Everything will end today anyway. The Thunder Emperor took the order and set up the enchantment with the Thunderbolt Divine Path. The effect was similar to before. Mother Dakini didn't even look at them as she floated into the room. Wait, to ensure the safety of both parties, please hand over your space treasure before entering, Su Yu said. Mother Dakini paused for a moment, then took out her space treasure and handed it to the servant behind her. Everyone was filled with emotion. Look, what is a real emperor? Such generosity, such generosity. I heard that 3 days ago, Emperor Feather didn't give Mother Voidwalker any face. But now, Mother Voidwalker doesn't care about the past and is completely unguarded against him. She really is worthy of being our Mother Earth's Mother Voidwalker. Ha! Compared to him, Su Yu's attitude of gauging the stature of a gentleman with a lowly person is really disgusting. What right does such a person have to rule the God Realm Empire and become our emperor? The deities understood Su Yu's cautiousness, but they didn't know the inside story. They were all deceived by Mother Dakini's appearance and supported her. Unknowingly, Su Yu had left a terrible impression on the creatures of the God Realm Empire. Su Yu wasn't moved. He took off his space treasure and handed it over to the Thunder Emperor. He smiled at Mother Dakini and said, It's done. Please come in. The two of them entered one after another and found themselves in enchantment with interweaving thunderbolts. Mother Dakini entered first and checked the enchantment's effect without any expression on her face. Su Yu stood behind her with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He said calmly, Don't worry. The outside world can't hear or see what's going on in here. You don't have to pretend anymore. Swish! Mother Dakini turned her head abruptly. Her calm face had been twisted and squeezed together. Her gentle face now looked like an enraged, evil spirit. Even her voice had lost its calmness and was filled with hatred and resentment. I hate you so much. Why did I let you go back then? You killed my son and my husband. You can't repay this debt of blood even if you die 10,000 times. Suyu chuckled. You've finally shown your true colors. I think since you've told me everything, you won't let me leave alive. Mother Dakini sneered. Her smile was sinister like a vicious snake. You're very smart. I believe you've guessed that I'll definitely seek revenge on you. But unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. I won't play the same trick and let you find out the cause of Shimin-Jian's and glittering deity's deaths. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Mother Dakini's cold smile deepened, and her eyes were filled with cunning. Unfortunately, my revenge against you isn't here, but somewhere else. I believe you'll find out soon enough. A sense of foreboding welled up in Suyu's face. The dark and cunning side of Mother Dakini was unexpected. As she laughed, the ground beneath Mother Dakini's feet slowly melted. She was a deity born from the spirit of a giant mountain. She was born with a connection to the earth and could manipulate the earth with a single thought. Suyu was alarmed. Could those demons have appeared in such a strange way? As the ground melted, a giant black cauldron emerged, emitting boundless demonic energy. Apparently, it was a demonic artifact. Moreover, it was an imitation demonic artifact of an extremely high grade. The bonfire under the giant cauldron burned fiercely, turning the black cauldron red. The interior of the cauldron was filled with a pitch-black liquid. Several people were tied up in it, all of whom Suyu was familiar with. Hirushu. Suyu was taken aback. In the boiling black liquid, Hirushu and several elders of the crane deity's family were tied up in the giant cauldron and were being cooked alive. Their faces were filled with extreme agony. Their bodies were boiling in the giant cauldron, and their skin and flesh were rotting. However, they were restrained and could not move. They had to endure the torture that made them wish they were dead. Hirushu saw Suyu and cried for help involuntarily. "Master, help me, help me." The rest of the elders also saw Suyu. They all cried for help as if they were grasping at straws of life. It was a cruel and desolate scene. Even Suyu couldn't help but be moved. His heart was filled with killing intent. Dakini's smile became distorted. She said with a hideous smile, "Are you surprised? You sent experts to rescue them, but they are still here." Suyu said in a low voice, "How did you know I would send people to rescue them?" Mother Void Walker laughed, complacently and happily. Then she said, "Does it hurt to see an old friend being boiled alive? However, this is just the beginning. I will pay you back 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times the pain you have inflicted on me." Demonic origin cauldron. "Open," Dakini shouted. Then the primordial fire under the giant cauldron rose abruptly. Hirushu and the others in the giant cauldron were melted by the boiling black liquid before they could even let out a scream. Seeing them being boiled to death, Suyu's face became gloomy. Killing people is just a small matter. Is it necessary to torture innocent people like this? Dakini clapped her hands and laughed crazily. "Ha, ha, ha. That's the expression. Right, right. You are in pain. That's right." Chapter 1494. The show has just begun. Dakini immediately used the control method, and the flame of the demon origin cauldron faded and cooled down quickly. Then the giant cauldron tilted and poured all the liquid into the ground. A group of people poured out at the same time. Their faces were hideous, and their facial features were fierce. They were demons. However, what made Suyu's heart tremble was that the eyes of those demons seemed to be familiar. It was Hirushu and the others. They did not die, but were converted into demons. Suyu suddenly understood where the demons who killed Shimin-Jian and the glittering deity came from. But now was not the time to pay attention to unsolved cases. Hirushu and the others had become demons, but their minds remained intact. When they found out that they had become demons, their eyes were full of horror, fear, and panic. They wanted to say something, but found that they had lost the language of the Star River and could only use clumsy gestures. Hirushu looked at Suyu and cast a pleading look. He strode toward Suyu, knelt in front of him, and kept kowtowing for help. The rest of the elders did the same, kneeling in front of Suyu. Dakini sneered deeply, and the expression on her face disappeared. At the same time, she put away the demon origin cauldron. Then she gritted her teeth and cut off half of her body. At the same time, she smashed the thunder enchantment with her palm. The gods who were whispering outside suddenly found that the thunder enchantment was broken. Astonished, everyone turned their gazes over. To their astonishment, Mother Dakini was severely injured. However, what shocked them even more was that there were demons inside. Moreover, a group of demons were kneeling in front of Suyu, as if he was their master. Dakini's face was pale, and she flew back to the Phoenix carriage weakly. Trembling, she said, Emperor Yu is the spy sent by the demon world. It was him. He summoned the demon weapon, and when I was unprepared, he seriously injured me. Her injuries matched the scene of the demons kneeling in front of Suyu, not to mention the gods present. Even the gods of the Great Western Alliance who trusted Suyu were stunned. They wanted to defend Suyu, but in such a scene, how could they defend themselves? Dakini said weakly, I beg the gods to help us kill the demons first. Many gods of the Great Western Alliance hesitated on the spot. In the Great Eastern Alliance, some gods who served Dakini immediately took action. Walala! In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 gods attacked at the same time, and with sharp killing intent, they killed the devils that appeared below. Hirushu and the others were anxious. They wanted to explain. However, in the eyes of the gods, this action was seen as preparation for an attack. The deities' expressions changed, and they shouted, Hurry up and attack! These demons are going to hurt people. Bang! How could the gods dare to be careless against the demons? He didn't dare to show any mercy, and immediately used his ultimate technique. Stop! Suyu bellowed. His divine power surged forth and swept away the person who attacked him. The god who was swept away was bewildered and said in shock, Emperor, you are protecting the devil race. This time, the gods of the Great Western Alliance could not help but feel nervous. Could it be that Suyu really, recalling that Suyu had come out of the demon dimension, it was possible that he had been bribed by the demon dimension? Suyu said in a low voice, Listen to me, they are not demons, but demons who are transformed from Xing River creatures. The gods looked at each other in dismay. They were all skeptical about this. It was not uncommon for Xing River creatures to be transformed into demons by force. The most famous incident in the Great Western Alliance was that a proud daughter of the glittering jewel family joined the demon dimension and transformed into a demon. However, at this time, the Dakini struggled to support her weak body and said with difficulty, Yes, they were all members of the crane deity's family who were transformed into demons. However, they were willing to follow Suyu's order. I was injured by them because of my carelessness. The gods were a little confused. What the Dakini said was not unreasonable. Everyone knew Suyu was the family master of the crane deity's family in the Great Eastern Alliance. It was highly possible that the descendants of the crane deity followed Suyu's order and betrayed the demon dimension. Wait, aren't the descendants of the crane deity locked up? Why are they here? A deity asked in surprise. Just at this moment, several powerful auras flew over rapidly. They were the trusted subordinates of the Dakini, Lien Jie, and the others. They rushed here with 3 people in custody. Lien Jie said in panic, Bad news! The crane deity's family has been rescued by someone. The Dakini was shocked. She coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and asked, Who rescued them? Lien Jie pushed the 3 people from behind to her. It turned out to be the all-access merchant god, the Sheng deity, and the secular sword deity. It was you, the Dakini said. Lien Jie said, I am incompetent. When I found out, the people of the crane deity's family had been rescued. They were the ones who went to rescue them. The all-access merchant god cast an apologetic and self-blaming look at Suyu. Su had arranged for them to go to the prison to rescue people when the two emperors signed the alliance. However, the people of the crane deity's family had been transferred away. What awaited them? There was a trap. The Dakini's face was filled with tenderness. She sighed slowly. Alas! Was I too kind and modest? Why did Emperor Yu dare to collude with the demon dimension? At this point, Su Yu's suspicion was irrefutable. Even the gods of the Great Western Alliance looked at Su Yu in a different way. The sigh of the Dakini ignited the anger of many creatures and most of the gods. Su Yu, you treacherous be *starred. I thought I would rely on you one day. I didn't expect you to be so noble. Ha, ha, ha. What a joke. I guess the death of the Shiman deity and the Linling deity was also controlled by you, right? You evil be *starred. We can't let you live. Kill them. Let's kill them together. The Dakini said softly. Everyone, please be merciful. After all, Su Yu used to be a member of the Great Eastern Alliance. If he is willing to admit his mistake, why not let him go this time? Her words not only failed to appease the anger of the people, but also added fuel to the fire. Su Yu, did you hear that? This is the leader of our God Realm Empire. Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with the female empress for the imperial power? Female empress, we admire your kindness very much, but Su Yu can't be let live. Let us be the bad guys. The Dakini reached out to stop them. You don't kill. However, because her injuries were affected, the Dakini coughed heavily and sat down weakly. At the moment when the head was on the ground, the pair of gentle eyes glanced at Su Yu, full of sinister smiles like that of a poisonous snake. Her plan had succeeded. Not only did she destroy Su Yu's foundation and take back the imperial power, but she also put Su Yu in an irrecoverable situation. Now, even if he killed another demonic god of six paths, no one would believe him. Su Yu became the target of public criticism, including the gods of the Great Western Alliance, who joined in the crusade. Just now it was Emperor Yu, but now he was a stray dog, being hunted by the whole God Realm Empire. Even if Su Yu had 100 mouths, he couldn't defend himself. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and took Hirushu and the others away. At the same time, before the gods surrounded him, he rushed out and disappeared into the Xing River in a flash. The gods chased after him, but they soon lost him and returned angrily. The Dakini sighed. Ah, we are all creatures of the Great Eastern Alliance. Why did we end up like this? I think it's my fault for not managing the God Realm Empire well. She raised her head and sincerely apologized. I'd better abdicate and let someone more capable be the ruler of the God Realm Empire, so as not to affect the great cause of fighting against the demons. Hearing this, the gods were terrified. Empress, please stay. Without your leadership, how can we fight against a wicked person like Su Yu? Yes, in this world, only the Empress can lead us to a new world. Empress, we have been suspicious of you in the past. Now the truth has been revealed. Please forgive us. From now on, we are willing to follow the Empress sincerely. Empress, please stay. Be it gods or living beings, all of them showed their utmost respect to Mother Dakini. Her popularity at this moment exceeded that of all previous generations, reaching the peak. The gods of the Great Western Alliance, who had never been convinced by her in the past, and some of the Great Eastern Alliance, all showed their allegiance to her at this moment. His power and influence had reached its peak. At this moment, the Dakini took a deep breath. Su Yu's return not only did not cause her any loss, but also gave her complete control of the God Realm Empire. Her eyes were filled with excitement and fierceness. Standing up, the Dakini said, "Don't do this. Well, for your sake, I will continue to be the ruler of the God Realm Empire." Hearing this, the gods and the creatures shed tears of gratitude. The Dakini had become the biggest winner. No matter how powerful Su Yu was, there was no way he could turn the tables. However, At this moment, a powerful and dangerous aura approached slowly from the depths of the Star River. The Star River was still silent, but the gods felt their hair stand on end as they stared at the depths of the Star River. The creatures on the ground felt as if their chests were being pressed by a mountain, and they could not breathe. It was as if a terrible, world-destroying object was approaching. Even the Dakini's face changed slightly and gradually became serious. Rumble. Sounds that shook the entire God Realm Empire came one after another. It was as if a giant creature was rushing towards them from the depths of the Star River. Gradually, a snow-white, disc-like object smashed the stars along the way and headed straight for the God Realm Empire. Its size was comparable to a small part of the God Realm Empire. Looking at the horrible behemoth, no one dared to breathe. They watched it approaching slowly without blinking, casting a huge shadow over the God Realm Empire. What is this thing? No one knew, because no one had ever seen it before. Ha! Ha! Are all the creatures of the Star River gathered here? That's great. Our demon army doesn't have to hunt everywhere. A cold voice sounded from the disk. At the same time, an amazing demonic energy was emitted from the disk. It's the demon race. The gods' faces changed dramatically, and they were terrified. Swish, swish, swish. A beam of light was projected from the bottom of the disk, and the column of light was surging with an amazing demonic energy. Oh my God, it's the demonic energy of the royal family of the demon realm. The royal family of the demon realm has come in person. The gods were completely terrified. Together with the unknown disk, the panic spread wildly. For figures were standing in the billowing demonic energy of the royal family. One of them was a woman, but she was a human. She slowly walked out, revealing a beautiful but dignified face, like an empress of a generation. Chapter 1495. Others didn't know who Princess Yunxia was, but Dakini had no reason not to know. But why did she suddenly come without warning? Did the demons decide to encircle the divine realm empire? But why didn't they tell her in advance? A trace of doubt came to her mind. Her crystal eyes flickered slightly, and Dakini shouted righteously, "Gods, get ready to fight! The demons are invading." Clatter! The gods were so frightened that they didn't dare to hesitate and mobilized their divine power. The attack of the demons was sudden, and they were in a hurry. There was no time to take out the various preparations in the cavern world. Fortunately, the 10 fleets of the Divine Realm Empire were on standby. At this moment, they all rushed out and confronted the huge snow-white object. Princess Yunxia's face was dignified, and she said indifferently, "Mere ants. So what if there are more of them? Where is the Holy Magic Hall?" Under her command, a large amount of demonic energy flew out from the snow-white disk. The rolling demonic energy was like a rolling ocean, and a red-eyed demon could be vaguely seen inside. Tyrannical, cruel, and bloodthirsty aura rolled out like a storm. Countless creatures from the divine realm trembled and couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. Countless cavern worlds had already been captured by the devil race, and the fate of the creatures inside was extremely tragic. All of them were eaten alive. Just the thought of it caused the various gods to shudder. The gods of the Great Western Alliance were calm. They had been fighting with the demons for many years and had long been used to it. But the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance were panicking, and even their divine power couldn't flow smoothly. They trembled all over and completely lost the power to fight. "Fleet, attack!" Dakini gave the order. The West Fleet took the lead, commanded by Mu, past the other fleets, and bravely launched an attack on the demons. With the example of the West Fleet, the gods calmed down a little. They had prepared for many years, and even formed 10 fleets. What was there to be afraid of? However, just as they were about to rush out with the West Fleet, 100 huge cannons landed at the bottom of the snow-white disk. Each of them was the size of a cavern world. Hundreds of them gathered together, comparable to half of the divine realm empire. One of the giant cannons was full of destructive power. Boom! A loud explosion that shook the heaven and earth. The terrifying pillar of light, like mercury falling to the ground, exploded towards the Western Road Fleet. An unforgettable scene appeared. The powerful Western Road Fleet, which was regarded as a sharp weapon against the demon race, was instantly engulfed by the beam of light. Including the fleet, the 10 battleships, countless creatures, and even Emu, who was a level 4 powerhouse, were all wiped out. The air was filled with a scorching and destructive aura, causing one's heart to tremble. Everyone stared blankly at the West Route fleet that had been vaporized. The West fleet is gone just like that. One cannon can destroy a fleet. That disk giant has 100 cannons. Their fighting spirit had just been ignited, but their boiling blood was extinguished by the cruel reality. There was no need for the devil race to act. Just this giant creature was enough to completely destroy them. Consort Yunxia's expression was indifferent. Ants will always be ants. Today, the army of the demonic world has arrived. There will be no way for you to survive. All of you die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 100 cannons beneath the circular magical artifact began to accumulate energy at the same time. One was already so terrifying, not to mention 100. The water of the Star River continued to flow backward, and the already silent starry sky was dead silent. The hall of light formed by the 200 cavern worlds, in front of the destructive power, flickered like a candle in the wind, about to be destroyed. Buzz, with a tremor, the energy of the hundreds of giant cannons was fully charged, and they aimed at the remaining 9 fleets, the 200 gods and the Dakini. The gods were desperate. In front of that kind of power, they had a feeling that they could not resist. They could only watch helplessly as the giant cannons destroyed them and shattered them into dust. The heavens want to destroy the divine realm empire. An old god looked up to the sky and sighed, tears falling down his face. Not only did the demonic world have power far stronger than the divine realm empire, but they also had such a destructive weapon. Despair and indignation appeared on the faces of the other gods as well. In the face of all this, Consort Yunxia was indifferent. She ordered coldly, "Fire! Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" Wait. At the moment when the giant cannons bombarded, a hurried voice sounded between the two sides. It was the Dakini, the leader of the divine realm empire, the empress who would lead them to the future. The Dakini left the gods of the divine realm empire and flew in the direction of the demons alone. This scene shook the minds of the gods. What is the Dakini going to do? Is she negotiating with the demons? Or does she have a plan to stop the demons? He can't be thinking of shaking the demon race by himself, right? In their minds, the Dakini had become their spiritual leader. Every move she made could attract the attention of the gods. Especially after Su Yu's betrayal, their respect for the Dakini had reached an unprecedented peak. The Dakini did not negotiate, nor did she use any tricks, nor did she fight the demons head-on. Instead, she stepped forward and bowed. "Your subordinate pays respect to the Empress." Her voice in the silent Star River echoed over and over again. "Your subordinate pays respect to Your Majesty." Many people did not believe their ears, but the endless echoes told them that they did not hear it wrong. The Dakini actually paid respect to the Empress of the demonic world. She had just become a bright guide in the eyes of all people and had just been recognized by everyone. Now, she actually paid respect to the Empress of the demonic world. How is this possible? The gods were at a loss. They felt that the whole world had been turned upside down. How could such an absurd thing be true? Did she pay respect to the Empress of the demonic world because she saw a dead end? However, the next sentence of Princess Yunxia shattered everyone's hope. "You have worked hard for so many years." The Dakini bowed her head and said, "For the great cause of unifying the demonic world. No matter how hard it is worth it." Boom! It was as if countless thunderbolts had smashed the reason that they had accumulated over the years. What's more, the holy image of Mother Dakini in their hearts was completely shattered. Many years ago, she surrendered to the demonic world. She had been a member of the demonic world for a long time. Princess Yunxia said, "I am very sorry about the death of the demonic god of six paths and the central prefecture's king, but the demonic world will not treat you badly." The Dakini clenched her fists and said, "I will ask Suyu for the death of my husband and children." What? The people who were shocked were once again struck by a devastating blow. The Dakini actually had an affair with the demonic god of six paths and gave birth to a bastard. Wait, they all died in the hands of Suyu. Doesn't this mean you did not surrender to the demonic world at all? We wronged the wrong person. A god said in disbelief as his lips trembled slightly. The rest of the gods also realized what had happened. They were full of regret and self-mockery. We deserve to die. Our death is not enough to be regretted. Obviously, there was a heroic leader who killed the demonic god of six paths, obviously. We still had the power to fight against him. In the end, what did we do? We didn't do anything. We were just bewitched by a few words. Then we hunted him down and drove him out of the divine realm empire. Now we reap what we sow. What a great irony. Some gods of the Great Western Alliance were the most ashamed. They said with a wry smile, "I don't care if I die, but we died because of our stupidity." Think about it carefully. Where was Suyu when the Shiman deity and the glittering deity were killed by the demonic world? At the bottom of the Heaven Lake? How could he control this place from hundreds of trillions of miles away? It's ridiculous that we were so stupid. We believed the words of the Dakini and regarded him as a traitor of the demonic world. The gods came to their senses, one after another. At this moment, they found the scene just now was really suspicious. However, they were muddle-headed and didn't think about it rationally. As expected, the seemingly serious injuries on the Dakini's body healed quickly. She didn't look like she was seriously injured at all. Thinking of her pretentious behavior before, she asked to resign on her own. Wasn't that a trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better? It was ridiculous that so many gods were fooled by the appearance of the Dakini in the past and didn't suspect her at all. At this time, Princess Yunxia said indifferently, "Dakini, I'm going to kill them. Do you need anyone to plead for me? Out of respect for you, this empress can let him go." Hearing this, some gods who were on good terms with the Dakini were filled with hope. They stared at her without blinking and tried to attract her attention. This might be the only way for them to survive. However, Mother Dakini only looked at them for a moment, then smiled coldly and said, "You're just a bunch of idiots that I've toyed with. I'm not going to plead on their behalf. Kill them all." As soon as she said this, the last hope in the hearts of the gods was extinguished. "Dakini, you are such a shameless woman. You dog of the demonic world. You've been pretending in my divine realm empire for so many years. I thought you were really kind. It turns out that you're a two-faced bitch. I really hate myself for helping a thing like you. All these years, I've really been blind." Angry curses filled the galaxy. The Dakini just laughed, and her laughter was wild and ferocious. "Curse all you want. You're all going to die anyway." Her eyes were sharp, and her face was twisted with endless sarcasm. "You will never understand the horror of the demonic world. Being with you will only lead to death. The only way to survive is to follow the demonic world." The gods cursed even more fiercely, and all of them were filled with rage. "Humph! Do you think I care about the insults of a bunch of idiots? Originally, when Suyu came back, you might have been saved. Unfortunately, you were stupid enough to drive him away. Then don't blame others." Princess Yunxia frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Why are you talking to them?" Staring at the Dakini, Princess Yunxia said, "I will give you the opportunity to kill them. It is also a test of your loyalty. Do you dare to accept it? The Dakini said without hesitation, I am loyal to the demon race, and I will not hesitate to kill them with my own hands. Well, give the order to fire the cannon, and I will leave it to you. Don't let me down. The Dakini laughed. It's just killing a bunch of useless idiots. What's there to be disappointed about? She stared at the gods and revealed a sinister and cold smile. Say goodbye to this world. Fire! Chapter 1496. The gods also closed their eyes slowly, waiting for death. However, the death that they imagined did not come. The 100 world devastation cannons did not move at all. Dakini was startled. She repeated, Fire! However, the world devastation cannons were still motionless. No, to be precise, the energy in it actually retreated and gradually shrank. Dakini was puzzled. Queen, this is... In her puzzled eyes, Princess Yunxia showed a pitiful smile. Then, a scene that made Dakini's face change dramatically appeared. The figure of Princess Yunxia gradually became transparent and disappeared. At the same time, the 3 demonic shadows of the royal family around her also disappeared. The hundreds of demonic shadows of the Holy Magic Hall also disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, except for the snow-white disk that was still standing in the Xing River, everything disappeared without a trace like a mirage. The gods in front of the gate of hell were stunned, and so was Dakini. Looking at the snow-white giant, she stammered, Queen, what is going on? Inside the snow-white disk there was a reply. However, the reply caused the Void Walker mother's body to stiffen. Hee, your queen should still be preparing her army in the realm of devils, waiting to go, Liao said with a smile. That voice, it was Suyu. He did not leave. Dakini was shocked and said in disbelief, This giant disk is yours. Such a horrible destructive object, in her knowledge, could only belong to the powerful demons. Suyu said with a faint smile, Is it yours? Hearing this, Dakini's face turned pale. On the other hand, the gods were still in a state of endless shock. This horrible destructive giant object is Suyu's? Dakini's face was pale and dark. Biting her lips, she said in a low voice, So, all this is a trap set by you? Sort of. Under the snow-white disk, a light beam fell, and Suyu stepped out of the light with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a woman followed. It was Bai Wanqing, and behind her there was a vague dragon shadow. The dragon shadow shook slightly, creating real wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The real scene before was created by Bai Wanqing, which came from the 3rd magical power of the epic-making dragon, a dream like 8,000 years. She could create a world with just a thought. Therefore, not only did it confuse ordinary gods, even the cunning Mother Dakini failed to notice any flaws in it. Mother Dakini's face darkened. Sensing the gazes coming from behind her, she said in a deep voice, Fine, good. Such ruthless methods. You tricked me into revealing everything, making me the target of the God Domain Empire. What a good move. I think that the previous scene was also planned by you, right? Purposely allowing my plan to succeed, allowing my prestige to reach an unprecedented peak. Then he plotted to expose my true colors and let me fall from the highest position to the lowest. Only then could he sever the sympathy and friendship of all the gods in the God Realm Empire for me. Am I right? She stared at Suyu, her eyes full of hatred. Suyu nodded nonchalantly. If he really wanted to rescue Hirushu and the others, wouldn't he have succeeded by sending Yongya Chushuet and the others? She had sent the weaker Xing deity and the others because she had guessed that Mother Dakini had set up a trap. Suyu played along and completed Mother Dakini's plan very cooperatively. Suyu's reputation was ruined, and Mother Dakini's prestige was at its peak. Simply betraying the God Realm Empire was not enough to incur the hatred of all the gods. For example, those gods who were friends with Mother Dakini would not hate her too much. Some would even sympathize with her. But now their hatred for Mother Dakini was born out of love. It was the most profound hatred. Not only had she betrayed them, but she had also been heartless and cruel. She had insulted them as fools, useless trash, and the gods who had been friends with her in the past. She had even tried to kill them with her own hands without hesitation. Her ugly face was exposed. It could be said that she had really cut herself off from the gods. Now, who would sympathize with her? No one. At this moment, she was the one who had lost her reputation. Suyu, on the other hand, had become the savior of the world from a traitor. He had won the approval of all the gods and all the people in the world. This was what Suyu ultimately wanted. It was easy to kill Mother Dakini, but it was difficult to win the hearts of the people in the world. Now he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Mother Dakini's eyes were full of hatred. Fine, I admit defeat, but do you think you have won? My methods are far more than this. Swish! Mother Dakini disappeared from where she was and teleported to the palace. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a smile. When Mother Dakini approached the palace, 3 figures walked out from nearby. They were Yongya Chushue and Luo Shui. The 3 of them looked relaxed, as if they had been waiting for a long time. They had blocked Mother Dakini's way. Brother Su, you have a good foresight. You want to escape into the ancient ruins? Why don't you ask us first? Yongya Chushue said calmly as she cast a shy look at Suyu in the distance. The more she knew about Suyu, the more horrible he was. The phrase, taking every conceivable possibility into account, was vividly displayed by him. Yongya Wuhing said, "Do you want to surrender, or do you want us to attack you?" Mother Dakini was so angry that she was about to break through with a roar. Luo Shui snorted disdainfully. Then he performed a powerful sorcery to destroy Mother Dakini's soul. This was the first time witchcraft had appeared in the world of the Xing River. Even Suyu had suffered a great loss when he first encountered witchcraft, let alone Mother Dakini. Mother Dakini's soul was severely injured. She screamed miserably. Yongya Chushue didn't want to be outdone. She shattered the celestial energy sphere in Mother Dakini's abdomen with the heavenly voice of the Dragon Emperor. Yongya Wuhing's eyelids twitched slightly. He thought to himself, aren't they too cruel? Although Mother Dakini was hateful, they had to fight with each other just to catch a person, which was really annoying. Seeing Mother Dakini was about to be killed by the 2 tigresses, Yongya Wuhing took action immediately and captured Mother Dakini, whose body and soul had been severely injured. However, right at this moment, the palace below was suddenly shattered. Then, a strong figure in golden armor stepped out. A powerful aura of the 3rd heaven, wrapped in a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, rose against the sky. Yongya Wuhing suddenly had a premonition of danger. He shouted in a low voice, "Flying dragon in the sky!" He turned into a giant dragon shadow and swooped down to fight with the mysterious man in the sky. Bang! Bang! The deafening roar spread out like ripples, crushing the cavern world near the palace into dust. Yongya Wuhing groaned, and the dragon's shadow flew backward. Yongya Chushue and Luo Shui both exerted their strength to stop Yongya Wuhing from flying backward. Suyu, who didn't want to intervene, changed his expression slightly and teleported over. Yongya Wuhing's flying dragon in the sky was one of the 3 great magical powers of the epic-making dragon. It contained supreme dragon power and was extremely powerful. However, Suyu believed that he was no match for Yongya Wuhing in terms of strength. No one in the level 3 heavens could compete with Yongya Wuhing in terms of strength. However, the golden-armored figure in front of him had knocked Yongya Wuhing backward. At the same cultivation level, his strength was higher than Yongya Wuhing's. As he fixed his eyes on the figure, the golden light on his body was gradually penetrated. When Suyu saw his true face, he was shocked. Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang was the #1 genius in the cavern world of Jiuzhou in the past. Before the chaos of Jiuzhou, he left with Gu Taishu and his junior sister Zixuan and entered the galaxy. Since then, he had disappeared mysteriously. Now, not only had he appeared, but his strength had also increased greatly. Zhan Wushuang's golden light flashed, and he grabbed Dakini with one hand. Across the ruined palace, he looked directly at Suyu. "Long time no see, Suyu." "Zhan Wushuang," Suyu said. A man who was born with a miracle in his life was destined to be an emperor. In Jiuzhou, he was a legendary existence. Even if Suyu defeated the Central Prefecture's king in the end, he didn't get the glory of being the #1 genius, because that glory only belonged to Zhan Wushuang. He only got the title of #1 in Jiuzhou. The title of genius belonged to Zhan Wushuang. Suyu thought that with their cultivation at the time, they would eventually be ordinary in the Great Eastern Alliance. Who would have thought that the change would be so great? Zhan Wushuang said, "Your reputation is like thunder. In Jiuzhou, you are the #1 person in Jiuzhou and in Xing River. I always thought that there would be a battle between you and me eventually." The world couldn't contain so many #1s. There was only one #1. It was either Zhan Wushuang or Suyu. "However, now is not the time for our battle," Zhan Wushuang said. "This world is more dangerous than you can imagine, and it's not the time for us to fight." "What a coincidence! I don't want to fight you either," Suyu said calmly. "However, the world is dangerous, and that's not the reason why I don't want to fight you." Zhan Wushuang said, "Oh, what's the reason?" Suyu said, "Because I don't think there is a need to fight you. You can take the so-called #1 if you like, and I don't care." Zhan Wushuang looked at Suyu and shook his head lightly. "You can't refuse the general trend. There will be a battle between you and me, whether you are willing or not." His tone was firm, as if he knew something, which made him seem very mysterious. After a moment of silence, Suyu said with his hands behind his back, "If you really want to fight, I think there is a better reason for it right now." Then he looked at Mother Dakini. Zhan Wushuang shook his head. "It's a pity that I can't hand her over to you. No matter what kind of person she is, she has always been kind to me and Zishuan. If you want to kill her, you will have to kill me first." Suyu chuckled. His smile was carefree. The next moment, 6 blood-red eyes appeared behind him, which emitted many black lights. 6 paths of natural family. This is the reason why we are fighting now. Suyu sighed. He should have known that Dakini was involved in the disappearance of Zhan Wushuang and the others. This was because they had another identity in Jiuzhou. They were the disciples of the Central Prefecture's king. It was normal for Dakini to train her deceased son's disciples, especially Zhan Wushuang, who was born with the fate of an emperor, and no one could predict his fate. Chapter 1497. Unparalleled Overbearing Fist. With a low growl, Zhan Wushuang's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He waved his fists in the air, and between his fists, there was a vague shadow of chain fragments. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. A punch triggered the chain of the Great Path Rules? What kind of magical power was this? Next, a scene that surprised Suyu even more appeared. The all-destroying 6 paths of nature was directly smashed by this pair of fists. In the past, Nitingyun could not block it and was seriously injured, but Zhan Wushuang could. Suyu was secretly shocked. What had he experienced over the years to achieve such a transformation? He was not inferior to Suyu in the slightest. The unparalleled, overbearing fist shattered the black light, and its momentum did not stop. Seeing that even Suyu was about to be hurt, Suyu snorted coldly and turned into a shocking divine weapon, bursting with endless fighting will. Boundless fighting will. The divine weapon was extremely fierce. Although it was destroyed by the unparalleled, overbearing fist, it was immediately reborn, and the fighting will was even stronger. In just 2 breaths, the divine weapon had transformed dozens of times, and the fighting will reached a terrifying level. The emitted fighting will alone caused the space of the starry sky to tremble, and there were faint signs of destruction. The cavern world below was on the verge of collapse and was about to be destroyed. The gods who were spectating the battle from afar immediately backed away. Even the slightest contact with the battle intent would destroy their god Tao. The entire god realm empire was shrouded in this fighting will and was almost destroyed. Emperor Su, Emperor Yu is so terrifying. The gods of the Great Western Alliance were shocked. Too strong. What kind of realm does he have to be in to have such strength? He is more than 10 times stronger than Dakini. The whole world was trembling. Zhan Wushuang's face changed slightly, but he was not angry. He laughed loudly. Su Yu, you really did not let me down. I am more and more convinced that there will be a battle between you and me. As he spoke, the unparalleled, overbearing fist was destroyed, and the boundless fighting will reach Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang laughed. The unparalleled emperor. Boom. Behind him, thunder rumbled, and a huge divine Laksana appeared. It had a crown on its head and wore a yellow robe. Its face was solemn, and it exuded endless imperial power. As soon as the divine Laksana opened its eyes, a flood of power flowed out and forcibly dissolved Su Yu's fighting will. Su Yu's pupils shrank again. That divine Laksana is the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Apart from him, there was actually another person in the world who possessed the Dharma idol of the sovereign of heaven and earth. Zhan Wushuang grabbed Mother Dakini and plunged into the ground. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he chased after him. However, Zhan Wushuang plunged into the ruins, not caring about the ruins at all. He directly blasted a huge hole in the ruins below. Incomparably astonishing spiritual energy surged out of the hole, which was 100 times denser than in the lost god realm. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Is it that ancient ruin? With a thought, Su Yu quickly snuck in and chased after Zhan Wushuang. Almost instinctively, Yongye Chushue and Luo Xue drilled into the ground for fear of falling behind. Yongye Wuheng smiled bitterly. Alas, why can't I have such a blessing? With that, Yongye Wuheng also got into it. Next, Bai Wanqing and the other gods rushed over. Su Yu and the 3 strong men walked away, leaving Bai Wanqing alone to keep the situation under control. She wanted to follow Su Yu, but she had no choice but to stay behind and take charge of the situation. Clean up the ruins immediately, guard the surroundings, and don't let anyone come close. Second, immediately lead people to take over the cavern world of Mother Dakini and investigate the relevant people. Don't let anyone else go. Third, deities who are not on a mission must return to the cavern world to appease the creatures and announce what happened today. Don't cause chaos. The deities didn't know who she was. They only knew that she accompanied Su Yu, so they naturally regarded her as Su Yu's trusted aide. How could they not obey her? Under her leadership, the God Realm Empire, which had undergone great changes, weakened the adverse effects of today's events to the greatest extent and quickly stabilized. When the ruins of the palace were cleared, a huge gap appeared in front of them. Waves of extremely pure spiritual energy swept out from it, and it was extremely difficult for ordinary deities to even take a step forward. Bai Wanqing stood at the edge of the entrance, feeling the majestic spiritual energy, and said, "Is this the entrance to the ancient ruin? I wonder what kind of scene it is to be able to nurture a talent like Zhan Wushuang and cultivate no less than 10 level 4 strongmen." As she was thinking, suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and took out the Starry Sky book. The Starry Sky book trembled slightly in her palm, as if it was foretelling something. Bai Wanqing was slightly startled, and her purple pupils shone brightly. She seemed to have seen something in the dark, and her eyes kept following the direction of the object in the dark. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the entrance to the ruins. Her beautiful face changed slightly, and she murmured, "The line of fate leads directly to the ancient ruin. Does this mean that the person Su Yu is looking for is in the ruins?" But she frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that this line of fate is a little strange? It seems to be being led by something. Speaking of Suyu, the aura of Zhan Wushuang, the tracker, descended directly on the ancient ruin. As soon as it landed, a clamor rushed into his ears. When he opened his eyes, Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. How is this possible? What he saw was not the ruins that had been silent for many years, nor was it a barren land filled with dead silence. Instead, it was a battlefield that shook the heavens. The sky was filled with endless strange weapons. Groups of strangely dressed strong men were piloting all kinds of strange weapons, fighting to the death in the vast sky. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with densely packed creatures and weapons. It was like a vast and boundless ocean. Suyu was shocked by the sight, especially those strangely shaped weapons, which surprised Suyu even more. Weapons of civilization. Among them, one or two were the weapons of civilization that Suyu was forging. There were many more that he could not name, and even the Empire of Darkness had never mastered them. The weapons of the various civilizations clashed on the battlefield, bursting forth with colorful colors and erupting with waves of terrifying power that were stronger than the last. The brutality of the battle was breathtaking. Such a vast war was far from comparable to the Battle of Shun Capital. This was a war of civilization weapons, a war of the era of the ancient god realm. Of course, it could not exist in this era. Suyu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were bursting with bright light. Breaking the absurd! The earth-shattering sound of the battle stopped abruptly. The boundless battlefield gradually dissipated, turning into light clouds. The whole world was like a reflection blown away by the wind, dissipating with a flash. A real world appeared in front of him. It was a vast expanse of white, frozen world. There was only boundless coldness and not the slightest bit of vitality. To be precise, all vitality was frozen under the ice. Ferocious beasts that were running, rare spirit herbs, surging rivers, shining sun and moon, and endless fleeing creatures, all of them were frozen. The scene seemed to be frozen in time and space before the arrival of a disaster. All the creatures were frozen in an instant. Seeing this, Suyu was shocked because he could feel that the ice was not just cold. It was also filled with the great path rules, freezing everything, including time. For example, the frozen spirit herb under his feet was the most common spirit herb in the world, and no means could have preserved it for hundreds of millions of years. But now it was as fresh as ever, as if it had just been frozen. Because it was not only the spirit herb itself that was frozen, but also time. Even time had been frozen into ice. The strength of the owner of the ice was incredible. Yongya Chushiwa and the others were also deeply shocked. However, they had not peeped into the power of time like Suyu had been frozen. Where is this place? Luo Xue murmured, deeply shocked. Suyu shook his head and looked straight into the depths of the white world of ice and snow. The illusion just now came from there. The remaining breath of Zhan Wushuang was also in that direction. Let's go and have a look. Suyu said. The group crossed the world of ice and snow, and the deeper they went, the more surprised they became. Along the way, there were similar scenes, and more powerful creatures were frozen, and more terrible civilization weapons were sealed. They even saw a creature of the second layer of the heavens. Everyone took a breath of cold air and continued to move towards the deepest part, until a frozen, sacred sky warship appeared in front of them. Above the sacred sky warship was the only place in the entire frozen world without the breath of living creatures, because it was a cavern house built by later generations. There was no doubt that it was the force that Dakini had secretly cultivated for many years. The captains of the 10 great fleets and countless imperial guards were all cultivated in this cavern world, including Zhan Wushuang. Suyu used his transparent eye to scan the cavern world. The first thing he saw was an extremely huge furnace, burning with raging flames. Groups of imperial guards were collecting frozen creatures and spirit herbs from all over the place and throwing them into the furnace. In an instant, those frozen creatures melted instantly. However, they did not come back to life, but turned into nothingness. They were frozen in time billions of years ago, and now that the ice was lifted, they suddenly appeared in the present time and space. What would happen when two completely different time and space collided? It was annihilation. Their physical bodies were destroyed in an instant. However, when they were destroyed, they released the divine energy in their physical bodies, which was dispersed into magnificent spiritual energy, filling the ruins. This was why the spiritual energy in the ruins was so terrifying. The force that blocked Bai Wanqing's prying was the force of the collision of time and space. At the same time, what was released was not only the spiritual energy, but also the memories of those frozen people before they died. They were all released together, turned into images, and appeared above the furnace. Most of them were fighting before death, just as Suyu saw when he first entered. This was also why they saw the strange battlefield of time and space billions of years ago, because these were all the memories of the frozen creatures here. It was not hard to imagine how many frozen creatures they had melted in the past 100 years. Around the furnace, a large number of strong men gathered. Every time a creature was melted and annihilated, they immediately accelerated the absorption of the burst of spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. At the same time, every time a frozen creature performed a move before they died, they immediately recorded it. Suyu saw it clearly and he was shocked. No wonder Dakini had cultivated so many strong men in just 100 years. With such inexhaustible spiritual energy and cultivation techniques, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. However, was this really a good thing? Those creatures were the ones who fought against the invading enemies in the great disaster billions of years ago. Now, the remaining descendants were using their bodies to seek cultivation? Chapter 1498. Shaking his head, Suyu continued to scan the area with his transparent eyes. As expected, he found Zhan Wushuang and Dakini. However, there were two other people here. One was Gu Taishu, the enemy of the Central Prefecture who had tried to kill Suyu, but failed. The other one was Zishuan, the person whom Suyu felt sorry for. The four of them were healing Dakini's injuries together. She had recovered a little, but the celestial energy sphere she had lost couldn't be recovered. Her cultivation was destined to drop by a whole level. Zhan Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly as if he sensed Suyu's gaze. He sighed and said, "Did they pass the memory labyrinth so quickly? It seems like we have to give up this place." Dakini's face was pale. Biting her lips, she said gloomily, "This place is my foundation. I can't lose it. The three of you can kill them if you join hands. Go." However, Zhan Wushuang shook his head lightly. "Master's wife, it's hard to stop him. When he regains the people's heart, you will fall from the throne. If you kill them, the God Realm Empire won't tolerate you anymore. Moreover, even if we join hands, we may not be able to defeat them." "You." Dakini stared at Zhan Wushuang. "Fine, I'm injured and lost the throne. So you've grown up?" Zhan Wushuang said calmly, "My wings have never grown soft. Han Xian, open the time gate." However, there was no response from behind. When he looked back, he saw Han Xian standing in the same place, lost in thought. Zhan Wushuang said, "Or should I call you Zishuan?" Zishuan was the name Suyu had given to her. Hearing this name, Zishuan came back to herself. Her face was filled with complicated emotions. She said in low spirits, "Okay." She turned around and entered a sealed secret room. There was a stone door carved with the words of the heavenly book on it. The surface of the stone door was full of cracks, as if it was about to break. The strangest thing was that it contained an extremely ancient aura, which meant it had been passed down for a long time. It should belong to this relic. However, it wasn't frozen like the other living creatures and spiritual objects. It was still alive. Han Xian walked up to the stone door and imbued her divine power into it. The giant door immediately emitted a gentle fluorescent light, emitting traces of the power of time. Su Yu, who was observing from the outside, raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go in. They might try to escape." Although the abode had defenses, how could it withstand their combined attacks? In an instant, the abode was broken open, and Su Yu and the others barged in. The cave abode experts along the way didn't dare to move under the suppression of their divine might. No one dared to stop them. After a few breaths, Su Yu barged into the place where Zhan Wushuang and the others were hiding. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening shattering sound, a huge mountain where they were hiding was smashed to pieces, revealing the 4 people. Zhan Wushuang, Gu Taishu, and Han Xuan's gazes met with Su Yu's, and a series of sparks flew. After 10 years, this group of former creatures of the 9 regions actually confronted each other in such a situation. Su Yu swept his eyes over them, and his gaze stopped on Han Xian for a moment before fixing on Mother Dakini. Without uttering a single word, Su Yu immediately used his boundless fighting will and pointed it at Mother Dakini. To Mother Voidwalker, Yang Qi's fierce and boundless fighting will was something she couldn't resist. Unparalleled tyrant fist. Zhan Wushuang finally stepped forward. His fists, which carried the shadow of the great path rules, protected Mother Dakini. At the same time he said, "Han Xian, Gu Taishu, you 2 deal with those 3 people. I will protect Master's wife and leave first." Gu Taishu smiled proudly as he glanced at Su Yu. Then he flew over and stopped Yongye Wuheng and the others who were trying to surround Mother Dakini. After struggling for a while, Han Xian also rushed over. "It was 2 against 3, Yongye Wuheng said arrogantly. "I don't believe you are as powerful as Zhan Wushuang." Flying dragon in the sky. With an angry roar, Yongye Wuheng turned into a dragon and crashed into Gu Taishu. Gu Taishu's body emitted colorful light, and he turned into a 9-colored giant. Body of 9 spirits. Bang! His giant shadow was hit hard, and one of the 9 colors on his body disappeared immediately. However, the remaining 8 colors were still as strong as before. Relying on his giant body, Gu Taishu managed to take this attack head-on. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. What kind of body is this? An ordinary level 3 deity would definitely die after being hit by this attack. However, Gu Taishu had only destroyed 1 color. Yongye Wuheng shouted angrily. His body suddenly expanded, and his strength doubled. The colors on Gu Taishu's body disappeared one by one. Until the last color was destroyed, Gu Taishu still couldn't break through. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. He couldn't do anything to Gu Taishu. He was surprised, and so was Gu Taishu. The body of 9 spirits was a god-level body that he had been dreaming of completing since he was in Jiuzhou. Originally, he had kept it to retaliate against Su Yu. However, Su Yu's follower had almost destroyed his body of 9 spirits. Looking at Su Yu, Gu Taishu found that he and Zhan Wushuang were equally matched. To this day, Gu Taishu still felt that Zhan Wushuang was a mountain that he couldn't climb. They had fought many times, but he had never lasted more than half an hour in Zhan Wushuang's hands. However, Su Yu had the same strength as Zhan Wushuang. The cruel reality was no less than a heavy blow to Gu Taishu. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. On the other hand, Han Xian stopped Yongye Chuxue and Luo Shui. Although the 2 women usually didn't see eye to eye with each other, they cooperated very well in front of the enemy. One was proficient in the supreme sorcery path, and the other had inherited the magical powers of the epic-making dragon. When the 2 women joined forces, even a level 2 strong man would have to be cautious. However, Han Xian was also surprisingly difficult to deal with. When she struck out with her pure palm print, it was indescribably cold. Both sorcery and the magical powers of the dragon tribe were frozen in an instant. Han Xuan's body gradually became transparent in the battle. She was crystal clear and extremely cold. as if she was a woman carved out of cold jade. Yongye Chushue's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She had seen the look in Su Yu's eyes just now. When Su Yu glanced at her, he ignored the rest of the people except for this woman. The way she stared at Su Yu was also very strange. As expected, there must be a story between them. Yongye Chushue was not willing to admit defeat to a woman who had a story with Su Yu. Shui, go and help Su Yu. Leave this woman to me. Luo Shui looked at the battle between Su Yu and Zhan Wushuang and was overjoyed. He immediately went to help. Soul-destroying, lifeless curse. Luo Shui had seen Yongye Wuheng's strength and naturally did not dare to underestimate him. The strongest sorcery was released with a loud bang. The terrifying and cryptic ripples rolled out like a huge wave. Zhan Wushuang, who was fighting with Su Yu, seemed to sense it. He frowned and said, "What a strange power! It doesn't seem to belong to the divine path." At the critical moment, he weaved a seal with one hand and shouted in a deep voice, "King Jiangshani!" Walala! In an instant, a virtual shadow of mountains and rivers gathered around him, condensed into a robe and fell on his body. The sorcery ripples bombarded the robe, and the mountains and rivers within the robe were destroyed. However, the robe was not damaged. All the sorcery energy was absorbed by the robe, and Dakini was not hurt at all. Zhan Wushuang tore off the King Jiangshani's robe and put it on Dakini. Then he pushed her away and said, "Go to the time gate, you go first." Without hesitation, Dakini fled for her life. Luo Shui chased after her, but no matter how powerful her sorcery was, she could not break through the King Jiangshani's robe. Seeing that Dakini was about to escape into the time gate, Luo Shui's face fell. She bit her red lips, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. Soul-binding curse. The blood splashed and dispersed into dense, fine threads in the air. The fine threads weaved into a giant net, which fell from the sky and bound Dakini tightly. "Don't move, otherwise your soul will be destroyed first." Luo Shui's face was a little pale. It seemed that using this technique consumed a lot of sorcery energy. This was a secret technique passed on to her by the Moonwatch sect leader. Because it was too overbearing, it could easily destroy a person's soul, and it consumed a lot of her sorcery energy. She could not use it unless absolutely necessary. She had no other choice. Her opponent's King Jiangshani was completely immune to sorcery energy, so she could only use the secret technique. But if she could capture Dakini, it would all be worth it. She turned her head to look at Su Yu. Imagining Su Yu praising her, she could not help but smile. Even without her warning, Dakini could feel the scorching heat and excruciating pain coming from the depths of her soul. It was as if thousands of ice blades had pierced into her soul, and she grimaced in pain. Most importantly, her opponent was holding the other end of the blood net. If he pulled, the giant net would tighten, and her soul would really be destroyed. Dakini's eyes turned, and her expression softened. She revealed a helpless and bitter look and laughed at herself. "Haha, I couldn't escape after all. This is fate." Luo Shui raised her sharp chin and said, "It's good that you know that. Come here obediently and listen to Brother Su's punishment." "All right, as long as you don't hurt my soul, I'll listen to you," Dakini said as she walked over slowly. With the blood net in her hand, Luo Shui was not worried that she would attack violently. However, just as Dakini approached, Luo Shui suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Holding the blood net in her hand, she suddenly sensed that Dakini had become an empty shell in the net. She had lost her soul. Oh no! Luo Shui's expression changed. Without hesitation, she tightened the blood net immediately. "How dare you!" Mother Voidwalker's enraged voice echoed out like thunder in his ears. However, Luo Shui was very decisive. She decided to destroy Dakini's body first. With a cracking sound, Dakini's divine body was cut into countless pieces by the blood net. At the same time, Luo Xue's back was hit violently. With her cultivation and strength, she should have been able to block the attack. However, the secret technique of the soul-binding spell consumed almost all of her sorcery energy. In a hurry, she could only manage to form a sorcery spell and hid it behind her. With a shrill scream, the sorcery spell hit something. However, Luo Xue also took a blow from her opponent. The divine energy penetrated her chest, and Luo Xue's heart and arteries were damaged. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and her chest was covered with blood. Instantly, her chest was soaked by the dazzling red blood. Su Yu, Yongya Wuheng, and Yongya Chushua, who were watching the scene, were all shocked. Chapter 1499. Sky-splitting yin-yang style. A Tai Chi pattern flashed and defused Zhan Wushuang's punch. Su Yu turned into a beam of light and rushed over. His palm was filled with divine power as he struck a transparent soul behind Luo Xue. Swish! The monarch river mountain robe that was draped over his body instantly shattered. However, the cunning Mother Dakini leaped out of the way before the palm strike could reach her like a gray shadow. She did not jump into the door of time immediately, but caught Luo Xue, who was seriously injured and about to pass out. Su Yu was afraid of hurting Luo Xue, so the divine power in his palm was not released in time. Seizing this subtle opportunity, Dakini disappeared into the door of time. A red light flashed in Su Yu's right eye as he used the power of space to explore it. However, there was nothing in the door of time, not even space. How could he teleport them back? At this time, Zhan Wushuang shouted, "Dakini has left. Let's retreat quickly." Su Yu's heart was filled with murderous intent. He turned around abruptly, his eyes like those of an ancient, ferocious beast. "It's all your fault." Zhan Wushuang's heart trembled as he sensed Su Yu's murderous intent. He apologized. "It's a pity, but we all have our own positions." As he spoke, Zhan Wushuang took a deep breath and shouted, "Divine throne of heaven and earth!" Rumble! The shadow of a golden dragon throne fell from the sky. 99 real dragons were carved on the dragon throne, inlaid with countless suns, moons, and stars. It exuded the supreme majesty of a celestial emperor. Facing the dragon throne, Su Yu felt a sense of helplessness and panic, as if he had first encountered the tree goddess. He even had an impulse to worship it. Yongya Chushua was trembling all over, and she could not help but kneel down. She was shocked. What is this thing? Even in the face of the nine-headed god, she did not have the slightest impulse to worship it. Yongya Wuheng also could not resist the oppression of the dragon throne. However, he seemed to recall something and murmured, "Divine throne of heaven and earth? Divine throne? Wait, is this the legendary lost Emperor Base Saint artifact? The divine throne of heaven and earth?" The Emperor Base Saint artifact ranking was incomplete. Even during the era of the 9 emperors, many Emperor Base Saint artifacts were missing. The World Annihilation Emperor, who ranked first, only had the World Annihilation Plate, which ranked 5th. As for the 1st to the 4th place, they were all missing. Even their names were known to very few. Yongya Wuheng's face was gradually filled with shock. Yes, it's definitely the 4th Emperor Base Saint weapon, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Although it was only a phantom, its power was not inferior to the 10th Emperor Base Saint weapon. The divine throne suppressed the 3 of them to the point that they couldn't move. Only then did Gu Taishu and Han Xian withdraw. As he passed by Su Yu, Gu Taishu's killing intent flared up. However, when he met Su Yu's bloodthirsty gaze, he hesitated. "What are you waiting for? The phantom image can only exist for 3 breaths of time." Zhan Wushuang shouted. The veins on his forehead bulged, and it was obvious that he was straining himself. Only then did Gu Taishu leap toward the time gate unwillingly. However, at that moment, Zhan Wushuang seemed to have felt something. His expression changed slightly and he stared at Su Yu. "What do you want to do?" Su Yu's forehead squirmed, and a hidden aura of brutality, savagery, and greed seemed to have come from ancient times. That aura made people tremble and feel uneasy. It made people instinctively feel fear from the depths of their souls, as if it was an existence at the top of the food chain. Poof! With a soft sound, a crack appeared between Su Yu's brows. A pitch-black and indifferent eyeball shone brilliantly, and it was extremely intelligent. "You forced me to do this," Su Yu said in a low voice, his voice full of killing intent. "I didn't want to be your enemy, but you just had to go against me. If that's the case, all of you can die and fall into eternal silence. Heaven-devouring, demonic eye, open." As Su Yu shouted, the eyeball seemed to come alive, and it shot out a greedy and brutal look. It seemed to be laughing. It was unknown whether it was laughing at the lowly creature before it or at Su Yu. After suppressing it for so many years, it had finally released it. Yunyazi had once said that once the Tao Taizai matured, it would not stop devouring, and its appetite would grow bigger and bigger until there was nothing left to devour, and it would devour itself. All these years, Su Yu had almost never used it, and it had greatly delayed the maturation of the Tao Taizai. However, the appearance of the nine-headed heavenly god had awakened the Tao Taizai from its slumber, and had matured ahead of time. However, it immediately fell into a deep sleep, and if no one woke it up, it would not wake up in a short period of time. However, Su Yu still woke it up. The Tao Taizai turned, revealing a greedy look, and finally fixed on the shadow of the heaven and earth divine thrown above its head. A ray of black light shot out, enveloping the shadow of the heaven and earth divine throne. With a whoosh, the illusory figure disappeared without a trace. Puff! Zhan Wushuang was caught off guard, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face changed dramatically. "The Tao Taizai! Run!" Swish! The first to react was Gu Taishu. He was originally near the time gate, and when he saw the scene, he was scared out of his wits and immediately escaped into it. Next was Zhan Wushuang, who turned into a beam of light and came to the time gate. At that moment, Han Xian also reacted and immediately escaped to the time gate. However, just as she moved, a violent force came crashing down. Han Xian subconsciously gathered her divine power to resist, but she could not resist the force at all. Her defense was completely broken, and the great force penetrated her body, blasting her away. In the fog that filled the sky, Han Xian saw a pair of eyes that she was very familiar with. In the past, when those eyes looked at her, they were filled with guilt, but now there was only indifference and disgust. She suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart, more painful than her body. Zhan Wushuang turned around abruptly and shouted, "Junior sister!" At the last moment, Su Yu broke free from the oppression of the heaven and earth divine throne and intercepted Han Xian personally. Moreover, he did not hold back at all. "Su Yu, junior sister is innocent. If you want to attack, come at me," Zhan Wushuang shouted. Su Yu's face was cold and murderous. He said, "Innocent? When she tried to stop me and caused Luo Shuai to be captured, did she think she was innocent?" Zhan Wushuang took a deep breath and said, "Fine, you are on different sides, but have you forgotten the friendship between you two?" Hearing that, Su Yu's face became even colder. When she chose to be my enemy, did she think about the friendship between us? Or did she think that I would not kill her as always? With a breath, Su Yu sucked Han Xian into his palm, grabbed her throat, and said coldly, "I have already repaid what I owed you. You caused my friend to be seriously injured and captured, so you must pay the price." Han Xian looked at the unfamiliar eyes, and there was only endless sorrow in her heart. Yes, when did Su Yu ever owe her anything? Why did she think that she could be forgiven for going against Su Yu? Why did she think that she could be forgiven for causing the death of his friend? The bitterness in her heart spread, and Han Xuan's eyes dimmed. The winner takes all, just like how the Blood Emperor failed to kill you and was killed by you instead. There are no innocent people in this world, and I am no different from the Blood Emperor. You can kill me, I have no complaints. Su Yu said coldly, Fine, go and die with Luo Xue. Seeing that Su Yu was going to kill her without any mercy, Zhan Wushuang said, Wait! Su Yu glanced at him coldly. If I were you, I would have escaped long ago and not waited here to be devoured by the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. As he spoke, the heaven-devouring demonic eyes stared at Zhan Wushuang, and the light of greed shone brightly. If you want to save your friend, please hear me out, Zhan Wushuang said. Su Yu looked at him, loosened his grip a little, and said, Speak. Zhan Wushuang said, I think we can exchange hostages. Use your friend in exchange for Han Xian. Su Yu pondered, Can you make the decision for them? Ha! They're a group of people who have lost their power. Of course, they will listen to whoever is stronger. Unfortunately, I am the strongest among them, Zhan Wushuang said. Su Yu nodded slowly, put Han Xian down, and imprisoned her divine energy. He said, I will give you 2 months. In the ruins of the world of divine remains, if Luo Xue is harmed in the slightest, Han Xian will die, and so will all of you. Zhan Wushuang said, I guarantee that Miss Xue will be unharmed. When he finished speaking, Zhan Wushuang looked at Han Xian and said, Junior sister, please wait patiently. As he spoke, he entered the door of time. When he entered, the door of time shattered with a loud bang, leaving only scattered stones. Su Yu stood for a long time and said, Take her back and guard her strictly. If she tries to escape, kill her. Yongye Chushua nodded and left with Han Xian. Han Xian clenched her fists. She felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Why did this happen? Their reunion should not have ended like this. In the vast snowfield, Su Yu was the only one left standing in silence. He picked up the broken pieces of the door of time one by one, recalling all the bits and pieces of Luo Xue in his mind, from being hunted by her, to the saint lady looking for a husband, to her disguise and tagging along, to the red dust dream in Shengjing, and finally to the 5 years of training together. Everything felt like it had happened just yesterday. Her feelings were vividly displayed in disguise, in the red dust dream, in marrying Su Yu and in bearing his child. However, Su Yu pretended not to know and turned a blind eye to it. Now that he did not know whether she was alive or dead, the hidden regret surfaced in his heart. If it were not for his praise and favor, would Luo Xue have risked her life like that? No way. Su Yu could not blame her capture on the enemy with a clear conscience. He was also responsible, holding the stone in his palm. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Xue, I will save you at all costs. Buzz. All of a sudden, the heaven-devouring demonic eye between Su Yu's brows, which had been suppressed by Su Yu several times, shot out a beam of black light, engulfing the furnace in the great hall. Su Yu's face fell. Trouble had finally come. Su Yu closed the heaven-devouring demonic eye, but as soon as he closed it, the Tao Tai's eye opened on its own, greedily swallowing the black light, engulfing everything in front of it. After a few attempts, the Tao Tai's eye would open on its own, engulfing everything in the world. It could no longer close, and it was no longer under his control. From now on, it would open and continue to engulf things. Each time, it would engulf more and more things, until it devoured itself. The worst situation had happened. Su Yu could not appear in front of anyone, or the heaven-devouring demonic eye would engulf him. The person she loved the most, her closest friend, her most loyal subordinate, none of them could appear directly in front of Su Yu. Hey, don't waste your time, you can't stop me. A cold, mocking voice rang out in Su Yu's mind. It was the Tao Tai's eye. Chapter 1500. Haha, when the Tao Tai's eye matures, it will form its own intelligence. The Tao Tai's eye said in Su Yu's mind, Work hard to find something stronger for me, to devour. Otherwise, I will devour you, ha 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 ha. Hearing the Tao Tai's arrogant voice, Su Yu's face gradually calmed down. He said, I thought you would have other ways to harm your host. It seems like you have no other way but to devour your host. The Tao Tai's, I said mockingly. Why? Do you still have a way to seal me again? Once I mature, no one in this world can make me sleep again. Not even you. As it spoke, it shot out a few beams of black light, devouring a large number of frozen creatures. From the looks of it, it seemed like it intended to devour all the frozen creatures here. That greedy aura, that unscrupulous attitude was unmistakable. Su Yu smiled faintly. I really can't make you fall into a deep sleep, but unfortunately I can still seal you. Swish! A piece of paper as white as a snowflake appeared in Su Yu's palm. It rotated gently, emitting an indescribable aura. On the paper, there were lines of heavenly writing. As soon as the paper appeared, the Tao Tai's eyes' mockery receded like a tide, replaced by solemnity. Tao paper? Who gave it to you? As it questioned, its voice became fierce and urgent. So this thing is called Tao paper? Su Yu said lightly, holding the Tao paper with one hand and pasting it between his eyebrows. The Tao Tai's eye was shocked. It shot out black light, frantically, trying to devour the Tao paper. However, the Tao paper ignored the devouring eye, going against the black light and pasting it between his eyebrows. The devouring eye was forcibly sealed. The furious voice of the Tao Tai's eye echoed in Su Yu's mind for a long time. After a long time, the Tao Tai's eye calmed down and said in a low voice, Kid, are you sure you want to seal me? Su Yu smiled without saying a word. Was he going to wait for it to devour as it pleased? We can come to an agreement. I can choose to devour, but you can't seal me, Su Yu interrupted without hesitation. You don't have the right to negotiate. Goodbye. As he finished speaking, a divine power wrapped around his eyebrows, preventing the voice from reaching his mind. Just as his voice was about to be cut off, the Tao Tai's eye roared, You can't seal me forever. No matter how strong the Tao paper is, it is still a dead object. Unless you never give me a chance to grow stronger, there will come a day when I will even devour the Tao paper. With a cold laugh, Su Yu said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. His divine will surged in and completely surrounded his glabella. Inanimate object. Could it be that there is a living object in this world that can seal the Tao Tai? Su Yu vaguely caught some overtones from the words of the Tao Tai's eyes. As for giving it a chance to grow, unless the Tao Tai's eye was stronger than the nine-headed ES god, it would still be able to be sealed. The only regret was that it was impossible for Su Yu to wear the snow-white paper every day. It seems like I need to deal with the letter, Su Yu thought to himself. Now that the Dakini had escaped, the great relic that she had painstakingly excavated fell into Su Yu's hands. Su Yu sighed silently as he looked at the countless creatures frozen in the distant time and space. A ball of flame appeared in his palm, and with a gentle wave of his hand, it fluttered in all directions. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The past is all Yunyan. Rest in peace. A sky full of flames burned, turning the countless frozen creatures and the frozen spirit herbs into nothingness. Pieces of memories from before their deaths intersected in the air, densely packed together. It was like a flourishing scene. The shocking spiritual energy that was released also dissipated into the world, as if it had disappeared from the world along with those memories. When everything was burned away, the ancient relic was a vast expanse of whiteness, revealing the world barrier within the relic. Su Yu smiled faintly as he took to the skies. However, just as he left, he suddenly felt that something was still emitting spiritual energy, and he could not help but turn around to take a look. In the end, a crystal-like object appeared in front of his eyes. There is actually a frozen object that is not destroyed by the power of time and space? Su Yu was extremely surprised. He flew back to take a look and saw that it was an object that should have been buried in the deepest part of the ancient relic. It was an ice crystal that looked like a gem, about the size of a quail's egg, and it emitted a strange chill. As he approached it, Suyu felt extremely cold and could not help but shiver. What a frightening chill! Suyu said to himself. He tried to wrap it with his divine power, and a scene that surprised Suyu even more appeared. The ice crystal seemed to be defending itself, emitting an even more frightening chill, and a circle of the Great Path Rules fragments appeared around it. Suyu was taken aback. It's so cold that it attracted the Great Path Rules chains? Many of the frozen creatures were invincible strong men when they were alive. However, after they were unfrozen, they were annihilated by the two forces of time and space and turned into powder. Not to mention that this ice crystal was safe and sound. The chill it released had reached the level of attracting the Great Path Rules shadows. How terrifying was the weight of the chill! Stepping back a little, Suyu looked around and suddenly understood something. He murmured, "Could it be that the reason this ancient relic has fallen into such an absolute freeze is because of this ice crystal? If that was the case, this ice crystal was too frightening, and even time could be frozen by it." Suyu's eyes were filled with a hint of fierceness. If he could control the ice crystal, would he be able to increase his combat power? Thinking about it, he could throw it into a group of enemies and freeze them in an instant. By then, wouldn't they have to obey Suyu's orders? As he spoke, Suyu took out a Buddha bead and sucked the ice crystal into it. As a result, the Buddha bead was immediately frozen into a snow-white piece of ice. Suyu felt a stinging pain in his wrist. Hiss! Suyu gasped slightly. It's so cold, even after isolating a cavern world. Fortunately, I didn't touch it directly just now. After collecting the ice crystal, Suyu left the ancient relic and returned to the outside world. Bai Wanqing was already waiting outside. Seeing that Suyu had returned with a snow-white letter, a surprised look appeared on his face. Suyu said, "I will be in isolation for a few days. Inform me about the important matters of the God Realm Empire. You can handle the rest." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Bai Wanqing reached out to stop him, but Suyu had disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but say, "Really, I wanted to ask if you have found that old friend." Back in the secret room, Suyu entered the replica of the World Annihilation Plate and found Wang Yunxian. At this moment, Wang Yunxian was wholeheartedly immersed in the forging of the heavenly Brahma puppet and had entered a state of forgetfulness. Suyu stood behind him for a long time before he noticed him. He said, "When did you come?" "I just arrived," Suyu said with a faint smile. Wang Yunxian looked at Suyu in surprise. "Is your face swollen? Why are you wearing a piece of white paper? Let me have a look." As he said that, he reached out to grab it. Suyu dodged it cleverly and said, "Don't act rashly. It's dangerous." Could it be that I'm scared to death by your current glory?" Wang Yunxian joked. Suyu shook his head. "It's a dangerous thing sealed by this piece of paper. Now, please do me a favor." Hearing Suyu's seriousness, Wang Yunxian also became serious. What kind of danger can be sealed by a piece of paper? He carefully looked at the seemingly ordinary paper. Slowly, his expression became excited. He said in surprise, "This paper seems unusual. This material has never appeared in the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only in the Great Eastern Alliance, but also in the entire God Realm. I want to ask you to refine this paper into a wearable artifact that can at least cover the center of my forehead," Suyu said, "provided that you can't remove the paper." In other words, it had to be refined on the spot. Wang Yunxian rubbed his chin and said, "It's a little difficult, but if you have a strong divine power, it will be much easier, because the refining process will produce some high temperature." Suyu said, "Don't worry about whether it will hurt me or not. If you have a way, start refining it immediately." Wang Yunxian nodded. After looking at Suyu for a while, he said, "I heard that you have now become the king of the God Realm Empire." Then, I will make a crown for you. The edge of the crown is just enough to cover the space between your eyebrows. Wang Yunxian prepared a jar of scorching earth-fire lava and asked Suyu to immerse himself in it. The Taoist paper wouldn't melt in the fire. The paper could only be folded and embedded into the crown. As for the part of the Taoist paper between Suyu's eyebrows, it couldn't be removed. Only a crystal hanging from the forehead of the crown could cover that part of the Taoist paper. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it was finally completed. A crystal crown stood majestically on top of Suyu's head, giving off a sparkling and translucent luster. It made Suyu's already handsome face look even more extraordinary. Even Wang Yunxian was stunned. He said, "It seems that my imitation of the ice crystal emperor crown is the most suitable for you." Suyu was surprised. "The ice crystal emperor crown? What is that?" Wang Yunxian shook his head. "I'm not sure. I saw it in a small booklet. It is rumored that there are 4 divine artifacts that don't belong to this world. They are called the Supreme Emperor Set. The Ice Crystal Emperor Crown is one of them. There are also the Emperor's Starry Robe, the Emperor Killing Sword, and the Divine Throne of Heaven and Earth." Suyu didn't have much emotion about the first 3. However, when he heard the words Divine Throne of Heaven and Earth, Suyu was shocked. Isn't this the 4th Emperor-based saint artifact that went missing? Is it one of the Supreme Emperor Set? Does this mean that the other 3 are also Emperor-based saint artifacts? Moreover, it is highly possible that they are the first 3 Emperor-based saint artifacts that have been lost. The Supreme Emperor Set. Suyu remembered this name deeply. "Yunxian, are there any other items recorded in that booklet?" Suyu asked. The booklet that Wang Yunxian had picked up recorded all extraordinary items. Wang Yunxian said, "Yes, but not many. Some of the words are too obscure for me to understand. You can study it yourself." As he spoke, he took out the booklet and gave it to Suyu. Suyu said, "This is very important to you, isn't it?" "Haha, don't be so pretentious. Isn't it just a lousy booklet? Do you think I'm afraid that you will steal my job by learning craftsmanship?" Wang Yunxian laughed. Suyu cupped his fists at him. "Thank you very much." After a pause, he said, "The Dakini escaped, but I can guarantee that she won't be able to escape for long." Wang Yunxuan's face darkened a little. He tried his best to pull himself together. "Don't force her. If heaven wants her dead, she can't escape her destiny. If heaven wants her alive, no one can kill her." Destiny? Suyu's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance. What he loved the most was to fight against fate. Chapter 1501. Goodbye. Suyu returned to the outside world. Outside the secret room, by Wan Qing, Yongya Wuhan, and the others have been waiting for a long time. "Brother Su, the gods of the God Realm Empire will meet you." Yongya Chushiwe shouted outside the secret room. Suyu opened the stone door and showed himself. The first thing that people saw was Suyu wearing a crown. Usually, Suyu gave everyone a feeling that he was amiable and approachable. However, when he wore the crown, he gave off an indescribable feeling of majesty. Yongya Wuheng, who had wanted to laugh a few times, swallowed his words and thought to himself, "He is quite suitable for this emperor's attire. The God Realm Empire was unified for the first time, so Suyu had to meet the gods. Let's go." Suyu turned into a light and landed in a new palace. The palace was magnificent, shrouded in fairy energy, shining with colorful, auspicious clouds and flying cranes. It was like a celestial palace of a divine king that had left the realm, extremely mysterious. Inside and outside the palace, the creatures who came to meet him were like floating clouds, stretching to the end of the world. Both the gods and the heroes of the world stood straight in front of the palace. When a light flew over their heads, standing on the top of the palace, countless creatures knelt down. "Long live Emperor Yu!" They shouted in unison, shaking the whole empire. Countless weak creatures also kowtowed to welcome their new emperor. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and a crown on his head. Su Yu felt like he was standing at the peak of all living beings, and all of them were worshipping him. He felt like he was standing at the peak of all living beings. "You may rise," Su Yu said indifferently. Only then did the crowd rise and bow to him. Only the 200 gods in the front could see Su Yu's face. The creatures behind could only see the figure covered by clouds and mist. Those behind could not even see the palace. Even so, no one dared to slack off. Putting aside Emperor Yu's terrifying battle prowess and his 4 followers who possessed extraordinary strength, just the terrifying snow-white god artifact alone possessed the power to destroy the world. It was enough to deter them to the point where they had no other thoughts of disloyalty. He was a well-deserved king. "Emperor Yu, we wrongly accused Emperor Yu of being a traitor of the demon dimension. We wronged the insidious Dakini. Please punish us, Emperor Yu." The first to ask was the Thunder Emperor, the representative of the Western Alliance. They were supposed to be on Su Yu's side, but they couldn't withstand the Dakinis sowing discord between them. Su Yu calmly glanced at him and the other deities present. "No matter what you have said about me in the past or what you have done, I will let bygones be bygones, but this will not happen again. If anyone dares to question this emperor again and tries to divide the God Realm Empire, I will kill them without mercy." Hearing this, many deities heaved a sigh of relief. Many deities who had been instigated to kill Su Yu felt relieved. "Feather Emperor is wise," all of the deities shouted in unison. Su Yu nodded and waved his hand. "Bring the remaining evil members of the Dakini." Shwa! Under the escort of Yongya Wuheng, countless former members of the Imperial Guard, as well as the gods that were being nurtured in the ancient ruins, were brought forward one after another. There were tens of thousands of them, and no less than 30 of them were gods. All-access merchant god, Sheng deity, sword deity, listened to my orders. The 3 gods appeared one after another and knelt on one knee. "Set up the interrogation division to investigate them. Those who indiscriminately killed the innocent in the past, kill them. Those who commit crimes will have their cultivation crippled. Those with light crimes would be restricted and enslaved. The rest of the people would be incorporated into the fleet as soldiers." Such a swift and decisive method really made the deities sigh. Compared with the hypocritical kindness of the Dakini, such a ruthless method refreshed their worldview. Such a style was suitable for today's chaotic world. "Yes," the 3 deities said solemnly. Su Yu said again, "Summon the first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess of the demon realm." The 3 imprisoned members of the royal family of the demon realm came to the deities under the watchful eyes of everyone. Some of the deities couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. They were the demons. The first prince and the other 2 had just been released. Before they could figure out what had happened in the God Realm Empire, they were led by Yongya Chushiwet to see the emperor. When they learned that the new emperor had released them, they were extremely perturbed and puzzled. Looking at a silver-haired young man with a towering crown on his head, who was exuding infinite divine power and majesty, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Subconsciously, they bowed down and said, "Your Majesty, you may rise. You have been wronged in the past 7 years." "What?" The first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess were all stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Looking up and taking a closer look, the faces of the 3 of them changed dramatically, looking a little funny. Su Yu?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yongya Chushiwet scolded him softly. "How dare you? Who allowed you to call Emperor Yu's name directly?" The first prince and the second princess immediately came to their senses. Only the 6th princess was still staring at Su Yu in disbelief. When Su Yu fell into the heavenly lake, he was only a stage for mortal fairy. He ascended to the throne of the Great Western Alliance by using various means. But 7 years later, his strength was outstanding, and his terrible divine power was comparable to that of the demon emperor of the generation. The deities prostrated themselves, all from the bottom of their hearts. The change was so great that it was as if the world had been turned upside down. Suddenly, she had an illusion that Su Yu was flying higher and higher, while she had lost her wings. She could only stand on the ground and look up, watching Su Yu gradually disappear from her sight. Su Yu said, "It was me who invited you to join the God Realm Empire. You have suffered for many years. Now you are free. Here are some resources suitable for the use of the demon race. Consider it my personal compensation." Su Yu threw over a space ring, which contained many special spiritual items of the lost nation, which were also suitable for the use of the demon race. The first prince glanced at it and was shocked. At this time he heard Su Yu say, "Now you are free. If you are willing to leave, I will not stop you. If you are willing to stay, I welcome you on behalf of the God Realm Empire." The first prince was stunned. He glanced at the deities who were in awe of Su Yu and thought about the vast starry sky. He had nowhere else to go. He said, "Our original intention was to join the God Realm Empire, but there were many twists and turns. The three of us are willing to serve the Empire." "Good. I welcome you on behalf of the God Realm Empire," Su Yu said, and at the same time he said to the deities, "The three of them are the heroes who helped me escape from the demon realm. They have the same reason as us to fight against the demon realm. This concerns their life and death, so the deities can rest assured." In this regard, the deities were certainly relieved. With Su Yu's promise, what else did they have to worry about? "Finally, I will reorganize 10 fleets and recruit strong men from all sides. I hope you will mobilize the strong men from the cavern world, because the war with the demon realm will soon begin." Hearing this, their hearts palpitated. What was to come would eventually come. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. After dealing with a series of major events, Su Yu chose to retreat again. Before the retreat, he met with Yongye Chushue and the others, as well as the all-access merchant god and the others. "I will retreat for 2 months. If there are any emergencies here, I will leave it to you." Yongye Chushue, Yongye Wuheng, Luo Shuai, and Bai Wanqing nodded gently. Except for Bai Wanqing, the rest of them were in high positions and had governed a country 10 times larger than the God Realm Empire. Handing it over to them was tantamount to testing their skills. "You go. I have something to say to the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity." The 4 of them left one after another. Bai Wanqing wanted to say something but stopped, so she left silently. When only the 2 of them were left, Su Yu said, "How is it? Have you found Sheng Yuanqin and Yang Tai?" Now that the world was united and all had surrendered to Su Yu, if they were hiding, they should have shown up at this moment. However, the eyes of the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity dimmed at the same time. "Are they dead?" Su Yu frowned. If they had died after becoming gods, he would have been at his wit's end. Resurrection was ineffective against gods. Shaking her head, the Shang deity said, "Thank you, Emperor Yu, for your love. But Yuan Xin did not have the fortune to enjoy it." After saying a few words, the Shang deity's eyes became moist, and she choked with sobs. The all-access merchant god's tone was low, and he took over the conversation. "We searched the souls of the Dakini who chased them. The 2 children escaped into the ancient ruins, but they disappeared in a door." "Door?" Su Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Could it be the door of time? That door exists in ancient memories. It is extremely mysterious, and we do not know where it leads to. Those children are likely to be in danger. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. That might not be the case. Zhan Wushuang and the others dared to enter this door, so they must know the mystery of this door. The danger was not necessarily great. You can rest assured that they may not die. "It will just take some effort to find them," Su Yu said. "I will find them." With this promise, their expressions eased a lot, and they thanked him and left. After a long time, Su Yu said, "Wanqing, do you have something to say?" In the void, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Bai Wanqing who had left. She had never left, but had casually created an illusion of leaving. In fact, she had been standing in the same place and had never left. Bai Wanqing smiled sweetly. No matter how exquisite the magical powers of the epic-making dragon are, they can't hide from your eyes. Su Yu said, it was the starry sky divine book on you that exposed you. Bai Wanqing took out the starry sky divine book in surprise and could not help but smile helplessly. She said, I see. Just right. That's what I wanted to talk about. Oh. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he looked expectant. Have you finally sensed the exact direction of the thread of fate? Speaking of which, the ancient ruins had been swept away by Su Yu, and the power of time and space that filled it had dissipated. There should be no more power that could stop her from exploring. Strange, didn't you find any traces of old friends in the ancient ruins? I found it when I was at the entrance of the ruins. The thread of fate leads straight into the ruins. Bai Wanqing was surprised. What? Su Yu's expression froze. Are you sure it's in the ruins? I'm sure. Su Yu's expression changed again and again. The ruins. Everything in the ruins was gone. Where was Xia Jingyu's trace? Seeing that Su Yu's expression was not right, Bai Wanqing said guiltily, Wait a moment, I'll take another look. When she finished speaking, her eyes emitted a purple glow. Her gaze moved along the thread of fate, and finally fixed on Su Yu. To be precise, it was fixed on the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Then the thread of fate is in there? Here? Su Yu was a little surprised. He glanced around, but Xia Jingyu was nowhere to be seen. Wait a minute. Su Yu suddenly discovered something. He had only brought out 2 things from the ancient ruins. One was the ice stone, and the other was the fragment of the Gate of Time. The fragment of the Gate of Time was in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu took them out, and Bai Wanqing's gaze immediately fixed on the stone. She said, This is it. Why did the thread of fate pass through these stones? What? Su Yu was shocked, and his gaze was fixed on these stones. Xia Jingyu was also on the other side of the Gate of Time. A trace of regret arose in his heart. If he had known, his priority would have been to seize the Gate of Time. Now it was too late to say anything. Can you confirm again if the thread of fate between me and her has any other continuation? Su Yu said, unwilling to give up. Bai Wanqing sighed and peered silently. After a while, she shook her head gently. Unfortunately, the thread of fate between you and your old friend only leads to the Gate of Time. It doesn't exist anywhere in the Xing River. Su Yu was deep in thought. Could the other side of the Gate of Time be an independent world different from the Xing River? If so, where would it be? Chapter 1502. The Gate of Time. Su Yu touched the stone that was full of vicissitudes of time. In the huge ruins, only 2 items resisted the annihilation of the power of time and space and survived to this day. One was the ice stone that caused the ancient ruins to fall into the frozen time and space. The other was this ancient Gate of Time. I'm leaving. Don't worry, the line of fate between you still exists. Bai Wanqing comforted him and silently left, giving Su Yu some quiet space. Su Yu was lost in thought and did not notice her departure. After a long time, Su Yu took out all the stones and reassembled them into the Gate of Time. Although the gate was formed, it was full of cracks and had lost its function. After carefully examining it for a long time, Su Yu stared at the dim and almost obliterated words of the heavenly book and murmured, Could it be that by reshaping these heavenly book words, I can recreate the Gate of Time? Thinking of this, Su Yu tried to refresh the blurry heavenly book words with divine blood. As a result, as soon as the divine blood touched the heavenly book words, it was pushed away by an inexplicable force, and the divine blood that stained it was directly repelled. Repelling divine blood. Su Yu murmured for a long time and took out a drop of the divine blood of the heaven, defying divine warrior. When smeared on the blurry heavenly book words, there was still a force repelling it, but the repelling force was far weaker than that of ordinary divine blood. A heavenly book word was refreshed as if it was brand new. However, before Su Yu could rejoice, the divine blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior was also repelled. Even the divine blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior doesn't work. Su Yu felt a sense of urgency and took out a drop of nearly transparent divine blood. This was the divine blood of the first emperor, the World Annihilation Emperor. The only hope to recreate the Gate of Time and find Xia Jingyu. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu carefully smeared a drop of the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood on it. Unexpectedly, there was no rejection. Instead, there was a sense of intimacy. A heavenly book word was actively absorbed, and the handwriting was repeated perfectly and clearly. The cracks near this heavenly book word also disappeared automatically. Seeing this, Su Yu was overjoyed. It really works. He thought of writing with divine blood. It was all because of the heavenly book inscriptions that suppressed the sinful girl in the mysterious Crystal Mountains. The 9 emperors used their flesh and blood to condense the stone tablet and wrote the heavenly book inscriptions with divine blood to suppress the sinful girl and the World Annihilation Dragon. Then, Su Yu could also write the heavenly book words with the blood of the emperor. Su Yu couldn't wait to continue writing. However, the strange thing was that Su Yu couldn't refresh the second character of the heavenly book no matter what. It wasn't that the divine blood couldn't stain it, but that Su Yu's fingers couldn't touch the words of the heavenly book. They were controlled by a mysterious force, and his fingers couldn't reach the target. After carefully analyzing the 2 words of the heavenly book that had succeeded and failed, Su Yu found that the former was the words of the heavenly book that he recognized, while the latter was unfamiliar to him. He tried to refresh the few heavenly book words that he could recognize. As expected, there were no obstacles. As for those he didn't recognize, Su Yu couldn't even touch them. A trace of discouragement appeared in his heart. I was indeed too simple-minded. Unless I can recognize all the words of the heavenly book, it's impossible to reconstruct the stone tablet. Xia Jingyu, where are you? Su Yu laughed bitterly. After being discouraged for a moment, Su Yu regained his spirit. He had never been a person who would easily give in. So how could he be discouraged at the last moment? Reconstructing the Gate of Time was the last obstacle in finding Xia Jingyu. The more critical the moment, the more he had to keep his cool. Phew, I really have to go into seclusion. Su Yu took out the Book of First Heavens. Comprehending the heavenly book was one of the goals of his seclusion. However, Su Yu wouldn't forget that he had a more important goal for this seclusion: to rescue Luo Shui. Luo Shui was captured because of him, and he was duty-bound to rescue her. However, facing Wu Shuang, Gu Taishu, and Dakini alone, Su Yu was more likely to lose. The previous battle in the ruins was enough to prove everything. Gu Taishu was too difficult to deal with, and his strength was almost on par with Su Yu. If he couldn't improve his combat strength, this trip would be in vain. With a thought, Su Yu took out the Milky Way star sand in his palm. Endless starlight shone, illuminating the secret room like a dazzling starry sky. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. All of a sudden, the starlight condensed into the shape of a crane. It said, "Greetings, Master. How can I help you?" Su Yu's eyes shone, and he said, "All these years have you captured the consciousness hidden in the Milky Way star, sand again." Years ago, after fulfilling Tianjizi's last wish, the artifact spirit crane deity said that at that moment, it had captured a consciousness existing in the Milky Way star sand. This had always been a thorn in Su Yu's heart, and he couldn't get over it for a long time. The crane deity said, "Regrettably, since then that consciousness seemed to be hiding on purpose and never showed up again. I've been searching all the time, but I couldn't detect its existence at all." "Is that so?" Su Yu's face turned gloomy. That consciousness, what was it? Why did it exist in the Milky Way star sand? Could it be related to Tianjizi in some other way? Or did Tianjizi hide something from Suyu? With doubts, Suyu said, "Continue to monitor it, and once you find it, pull out that consciousness immediately." "Yes," Suyu said again. "Now, I need you to purify something." "What is it?" "The blood of the ancient god Jiolong." Suyu pointed at the crown on his head, which contained a letter written by the ancient god Jiolong with his own divine blood. The artifact spirit crane deity immediately turned into a galaxy and enveloped the crown. By isolating the crown, it could also purify the divine blood on the letter. Now that the Milky Way star sand was under Suyu's control, the purification ability was 10 times better than before. Moreover, the ancient god Jiolong had been missing for many years, and even though the divine blood resisted, it was not as strong as before. An hour later, a drop of divine blood was purified. Strangely, the blood of the ancient god Jiolong was neither golden nor milky white, and neither was it transparent, but it was colorful, spread out on his palm. It did not look like divine blood, but more like spiritual liquid, filled with extremely overbearing energy. Even Suyu had an impulse to swallow it. Licking his lips eagerly, Suyu's eyes were slightly burning. He could feel that if he swallowed this divine blood, he would gain endless benefits. However, he had extraordinary willpower. Suyu could not withstand the blood of an emperor, let alone the blood of the ancient god Jiolong. Suppressing the impulse, Suyu sealed it in the jade bottle and waited for the Milky Way star sand to extract all the divine blood on the letter. 3 days and 3 nights later, the artifact spirit crane deity's feathers were dim, and it looked haggard. The starlight flickered and disappeared. "Go and rest." Freed, the artifact spirit crane deity returned to Suyu's palm to rest. Suyu looked at the thumb-sized jade bottle filled with the divine blood of the ancient god Jiolong, and his eyes were filled with delight. "I wonder what the divine blood of the ancient god Jiolong will evolve into after I give it to the divine nine-dragon cauldron." Suyu had long wanted to try, but he dared not reveal the divine nine-dragon cauldron under the nose of the epic-making dragon. Opening the jade bottle, Suyu dropped the divine blood on his forehead, 1 drop at a time. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had been very quiet, suddenly vibrated, setting off a huge soul storm in Suyu's mind. The divine cauldron shook violently, trembling like never before. The dragon of death and the black dragon, which were 30% crystallized, were all crystallized after receiving the first drop of the ancient god Jiolong's blood. Suyu was overjoyed. A drop of divine blood directly crystallized 2/3 of the dragon, but this was just the beginning. On the giant cauldron, the purple dragon of time, the red dragon of space, the white dragon of soul, the emerald dragon of life, and the black dragon of death, which had just crystallized, all flew out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. They circled around the divine nine-dragon cauldron, constantly sucking the ancient god Jiolong's blood into the divine cauldron. They flew hurriedly, but could not keep up with the speed of the divine blood. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook even more violently. Right at that moment, it moved on its own, flew out of Suyu's mind, and appeared in front of Suyu. The giant cauldron turned upside down and swallowed the whole jade bottle impatiently. Suyu was shocked and hurriedly threw the jade bottle away. He dodged to the side and watched the divine nine-dragon cauldron swallow the jade bottle crazily. Buzz! With a dull sound, the divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to be greatly satisfied. Its 3 feet landed on the ground, making a dull, sonorous sound. The 5 flying dragons also flew back to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but different from before, they were a size bigger. The scent they emitted was also completely different from before. Just as Suyu was surprised, the divine nine-dragon cauldron suddenly shone with colorful light. 100 drops of the ancient god Jiolong's blood had been diluted into a whole cauldron. Suyu tried to take out a drop, and the diluted divine blood automatically integrated into Suyu's body. As a result, Suyu's heart, thumped wildly. It was a heart that had been replaced by the fragment of the great path rules, and now it was beating violently. Visible to the naked eye, the fragment of the great path rules was expanding tremendously. It was originally only the size of a heart, but now it had expanded to cover Su Yu's entire chest. The fragment of the great path rules can still grow. Su Yu was dumbfounded. The strangest thing was that the barrier between him and the fragment of the great path rules had disappeared under the effect of the diluted divine blood. It was replaced by intimacy, as if it were the great path rules growing in Su Yu's body. Is the blood of the ancient god Nine Dragon so magical? Su Yu was amazed. He tried to swallow another drop, and the fragment of the chain unexpectedly expanded again. This time it covered his entire torso. He looked inside and saw that his entire torso had been replaced by a complete chain, which was 10 times the size of the previous fragment. My torso has become the Great Path Rules chain. Su Yu couldn't describe his feelings in words. However, his hand seemed to be out of control, and he wanted to take another drop of divine blood. At this moment, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron dodged by itself, and its whole body trembled. This was a warning. Su Yu was suddenly awakened, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. He said in horror, "What happened to me just now?" He clearly didn't want to take another drop, but his body was a little out of control. He looked at his body carefully. If he took another drop of divine blood, his limbs would also be replaced by the Great Path Rules chain. At that time, would Su Yu be a human, or a link in the Great Path Rules chain? As he thought of this, Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Sensing that Su Yu had regained consciousness, the ancient god Nine Dragon shrank to the size of a palm and flew back into Su Yu's palm. Su Yu was surprised. In the past, the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron had only occupied Su Yu's mind, and no matter what Su Yu did, it wouldn't move an inch. Why didn't it return to his mind now? Is it the blood of the ancient god Nine Dragon that satisfies it completely, or does it make it strong enough? It doesn't need to hide in my mind. Su Yu was surprised. Chapter 1503. Just 2 drops of diluted ancient god Nine Dragon's blood were enough to cause the divine Nine Dragon's cauldron to undergo earth-shattering changes. Could it be that he had purposely left a letter in divine blood for Su Yu? After muttering to himself for a long time, Su Yu contemplated his gains. The first was the complete crystallization of the Dragon of Death. The second was the evolution of the 5 powers of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron that he had obtained long ago. The third was the Body of Rules. Su Yu believed that unless it was an attack at the level of the Great Path Rules, it would be difficult to injure him in the slightest. His only weak point was his head. Fourth, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron could finally be used by Su Yu. With such a great harvest, Su Yu's confidence in rescuing Luo Shuai in 2 months' time was boosted. However, this was not enough. Su Yu took out the green stone slab again. The last level, the soul-devouring realm. He had been stuck at the early stage for a long time. After many years of accumulation, he had long since shown signs of breaking through to the middle stage. All he lacked was a period of meditation. With the Book of First Heavens in his left hand and the heaven's sun gazing at air in his right, Su Yu immediately immersed himself in them and began a long period of comprehension. At the same time, somewhere in the Milky Way, space-time fluctuated. Like broken glass, the Milky Way cracked layer by layer, forming a dense spider web. Suddenly, space and time fluctuated, and 4 figures fell out one after another. They were Zhan Wushuang, the Dakini, Gu Taishu, and the captured Luo Shuai. Gu Taishu was especially disheveled. Lingering fear lingered in the depths of his eyes. He said, "I haven't seen him for 10 years. How did he become so powerful? I finally managed to cultivate the 9-spirit physique, but I'm actually still inferior to him." Zhan Wushuang said indifferently, "It's normal that you're not as good as him. He has the defying intent and was born with the ability to break the shackles. He has been blessed with luck all his life and his creation is great. It's not something that a 9-spirit constitution can compare to. Upon hearing this, Gu Taishu hammered his thigh fiercely. I'm not convinced. Why am I inferior to him? If I can successfully cultivate the body of 9 gods, he won't even be a threat to me. Upon hearing this, Zhan Wushuang glanced at him indifferently. I suggest that you don't think about this divine body anymore. The process of cultivating it harms the harmony of the heavens. It's hard for you to have a good ending. The body of 9 gods was a fragment of a frozen ancient almighty being's memory in the ancient ruins. This divine body was extremely terrifying. In that fragment of memory, it displayed a power comparable to an overlord of the galaxy. From then on, Gu Taishu could not forget this divine body. However, this divine physique was either innate or acquired. His body of 9 spirits was one of the special constitutions that could evolve into this divine body. However, the process of evolution was too bloody. It required one to constantly devour the cultivation of others, and those who were devoured would often die in agony and torment. Gu Taishu's eyes flickered with hostility, and he was extremely unwilling to give up. If Zhan Wushuang had not been suppressing him all this while, he would have long used the creatures of the Celestial Realm Empire to cultivate. However, he was no match for Zhan Wushuang, so he could only swallow his anger. Shouldn't we find a place to hide first? Mother Voidwalker said unhappily. Her face was pale, and she had lost quite a bit of her divine essence. Her cultivation base was rapidly declining. Gu Taishu glared at Luo Shui, a ferocious glint in his eyes. Before you hide, shouldn't you kill Su Yu's woman first? Otherwise, if Su Yu were to sense something on her body, wouldn't he be in endless trouble? Seeing this, the Dakini's murderous look appeared on her face, and she said gloomily, Su Yu killed my whole family, so I killed one of his women. That's too easy for him. As she spoke, she formed a claw with her fingers and tore at his abdomen. Clang! However, with a soft sound, Zhan Wushuang's golden armor shook, and his wrist blocked the claw. Mother Voidwalker said, Why are you blocking me? Zhan Wushuang said placidly, Didn't you notice that one person is missing? You mean Han Xian? She didn't manage to escape? Mother Voidwalker was slightly disappointed. The pity in Gu Taishu's eyes intensified, and there was a vague sense of great disappointment in his eyes. Zhan Wushuang said, She was captured by Su Yu. That's a pity. Although I want to save this little girl, things are different now. If I rush to the Celestial Realm Empire now, I'll be dead, Mother Voidwalker said. Zhan Wushuang said, There's no need to rescue her. I've reached an agreement with Su Yu to exchange hostages. Upon hearing this, Gu Taishu raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, You mean you want to return Su Yu's woman to him? Zhan Wushuang stared at him. Why, do you want my junior sister to die at his hands? Wisps of murderous intent surrounded his body, which made Gu Taishu feel guilty. No, I just feel that exchanging hostages like this is too easy for Su Yu. Why don't we give his woman a taste of suffering first? Otherwise, how can we vent our hatred? Zhan Wushuang's murderous intent intensified, and he said firmly, Don't touch a single hair on her. This is also the agreement between me and Su Yu. Gu Taishu was secretly annoyed, and he said, If you don't hurt her, Su Yu might hurt Han Xian. At the very least, we should put a seal on her, and after exchanging hostages, we can activate the seal immediately. We can't let him get away with it. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were full of disdain, and he said bluntly, Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Su Yu has always been a man of his word. Since he has promised, he will never hurt Han Xian. Moreover, the disdain in Zhan Wushuang's eyes intensified. He is not a narrow-minded person who wants to get revenge by hurting a woman. Gu Taishu's heart was burning with anger, and he sneered. Don't you think too highly of him? Don't forget you are enemies now. Zhan Wushuang laughed. He is indeed an enemy, but I have to admit that he is a perfect enemy in all aspects, be it in terms of strength or character. Only such a person is qualified to compete with me, Zhan Wushuang, for the top of the world. Gu Taishu sneered, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile was full of jealousy. Anyway, don't touch a single hair on this lady. Otherwise, if my junior sister gets hurt, don't blame me for not caring about our past friendship. Zhan Wushuang said coldly. Dakini remained silent, and Gu Taishu dared not act rashly. If you have no objections, let's go to the world of divine remains immediately. The exchange location is there, and we will go there in advance to prepare for any ambushes. Zhan Wushuang said. As he spoke, he pointed at the air and untied Luo Shui. He said calmly, Miss Luo, you heard what we said just now. Come with us. Luo Shui blinked her bright eyes, wondering if she should seize the opportunity to escape. In the end, Zhan Wushuang seemed to have seen through her thoughts and smiled lightly. As long as Miss Luo doesn't sneak up on us, you can do anything you want, including escape. Upon hearing that, Luo Shui knew that she would most likely not be able to escape. In front of this peerless heaven ruler who could rival Suyu, especially when he was on guard, the chances of escape were slim. A few days later, the group arrived at the world of divine remains. Since the last time they took away the all-access merchant god, the place had been dead silent and devoid of living creatures. Zhan Wushuang looked around and said, The one who destroyed the world of divine remains was Su Yu. To think that he could do such an earth-shattering thing when he was merely a mortal fairy. He deserves praise. Luo Shui's ears twitched. You know a lot about Brother Su? Zhan Wushuang looked at her and said, It's hard to know. Why? Do you want to hear it? Luo Shui blushed and snorted. I don't want to hear it from a bad guy like you. Then I won't say it. Hey, why are you so annoying? Luo Shui stamped her feet angrily. Zhan Wushuang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Luo Shui, lost in thought. After a long while, he sighed. Once upon a time, my junior sister was like this. Oh, Luo Shui's eyes turned, as if she had noticed something. Zhan Wushuang hid his surprise and said, There are many stories about him. I'll tell you about them slowly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Luo Shui patiently listened to Zhan Wushuang's stories about Suyu. Sometimes she was surprised, sometimes she was amused, and sometimes she was in awe. It was only when she learned that Suyu had a legitimate wife that she was disappointed for a long time. However, she had been mentally prepared for this. How could a dragon among men like Suyu not have a wife? I'd like to see what kind of fairy his wife is to be able to gain Brother Su's favor, Luo Shui said with a smile. There was indignation in her eyes. Zhan Wushuang smiled lightly. She is a woman with great talent and physique. She is not inferior to you. However, these are not the reasons why Suyu favors her. The reason is that she is devoted to him. I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who loves Suyu more than she does. Luo Shui bit her red lips and said indignantly, Are you so sure? Because she used to be my junior sister. I, Zhan Wushuang, have never judged a person wrongly, Zhan Wushuang said. Luo Shui fell silent and clenched her fists. Zhan Wushuang looked at her. For some reason, he felt sympathetic toward her. There is nothing more painful in life than falling flowers yearn for love, but heartless water flows. Everything needs to be endured, and one needs to free oneself. Free oneself? Luo Shui laughed self-deprecatingly. Ever since she married Suyu in the dream of the world of mortals and bore him a child, she could no longer free herself from the net of mortals. With a low sigh, Zhan Wushuang stood up and looked at the other 2 people in the depths of the ruins. He said indifferently, 2 months have passed. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Why should you stay and take the risk? The Dakini said, Han Xian is my son's disciple after all. How could I bear to see her fall into the hands of the enemy? I'll stay. If anything happens, I can lend you a hand. Zhan Wushuang said indifferently, there is no need for help. Su Yu will not break his promise. It is only an exchange of hostages. He will not attack again. Gu Taishu said warmly, we are just taking precautions. If Su Yu does not break his promise, who knows if his subordinates will play tricks in order to gain merit. After some thought, Zhan Wushuang felt that it made sense. He trusted Su Yu, but he might not trust the others. Thank you very much. Zhan Wushuang said, I will patrol the surroundings again to confirm if our retreat route is safe. You wait here and remember to protect Miss Luo. After saying that, Zhan Wushuang left alone. An hour later, Zhan Wushuang had gone far away, and his aura had disappeared without a trace. The Dakini, who was sitting cross-legged and healing herself, opened her eyes slowly. Her gaze met Gu Taishu's unexpectedly, and both of them revealed gloomy, cold smiles. Gu Taishu sneered and said, Zhan Wushuang's combat power is indeed unparalleled, but it is a pity that he is simple-minded. If he was half as smart as Su Yu, I would not have thought of this. The Dakini stood up slowly and stared at Luo Shui. She said indifferently, he is finally gone. We can carry out our plan with peace of mind. Luo Shui, who was recuperating, immediately sensed that something was wrong. She soared into the air and shouted, What do you want to do? If you dare to harm a single hair of mine, Zhan Wushuang will never let you off. Chapter 1504. Humph! Don't use him to pressure us. Gu Taishu snorted coldly. We've endured for 2 months, just for this day. Luo Shui was extremely intelligent, and he immediately understood their intentions. He said in surprise, You want to trigger a fight between Su Yu and Zhan Wushuang. If anything were to happen to her, Su Yu would definitely hurt Han Xian in his rage. If Han Xian was hurt, Zhan Wushuang would definitely fight Su Yu to the end. Gu Taishu snorted coldly. Zhan Wushuang is such a traitor. We were harmed so badly by Su Yu. Yet he still spoke up for him. It is best for such a person to die in Su Yu's hands. The Dakini's eyes emitted an ice-cold gaze, which seemed like 2 sharp blades. She then said, I spent so much effort to train him, yet in the end, he doesn't listen to me anymore. Such an ungrateful person is useless to me, so it's better to let him and Su Yu injure each other. It turned out that the Dakini and Gu Taishu had secretly reached an agreement during these 2 months. They were preparing to defect to the demons. They were now the common enemy of all living beings in the universe. Only the demon world could protect them. However, before they set off for the demon dimension, they really couldn't swallow their anger. They didn't want Su Yu to succeed in rescuing the hostages. Hence, they had planned for Su Yu and Zhan Wushuang to fight each other. However, Zhan Wushuang was still guarding Luo Shui, so they couldn't do anything. Now that he was patrolling, it gave them the best opportunity. Attack! Mother Voidwalker said, transforming into a series of afterimages. Luo Shui was furious and said, Fine, let's see what you can do to me. Silent soul exterminating curse. Luo Shui immediately used a powerful technique. Terrifying wizard power ripples swept out and annihilated all living souls. How could Mother Dakini, whose cultivation had dropped by an entire realm, dare to take it head-on? With a muffled groan, he was forced to retreat several 1,000 feet. However, Gu Taishu took advantage of the opportunity to sneak around to the back without anyone noticing. After Luo Shui launched the wizard curse, he immediately attacked. Body of 9 spirits. The surface of Gu Taishu's body was covered with layers of divine shadows, and he attacked Luo Shui forcefully. When it was destroyed by the witchcraft spell, the shadow of the deity in front of it flew out automatically and acted as a shield. After 5 consecutive sounds of annihilation, 6 of the illusory figures of the gods were destroyed, but there were still 4 that surrounded him. At this moment, Gu Taishu was already within reach. The people of the witch tribe were good at sorcery, but they were not good at close combat. Luo Shuai made a prompt decision. Soul Shadow Shifting Spell. His silhouette drifted and disappeared without a trace in an instant, causing Gu Taishu to pounce on empty air. Before he could regain his composure, a bone-chilling incantation rang out not far behind him again. Soundless, soul-destroying curse! Boom, boom! The tyrannical annihilation ripple-swept over like a raging storm. The shadow of a deity on the surface of Gu Taishu's body was rapidly being destroyed. Gu Taishu was startled and hurriedly fled. However, the fourth layer of the deity's phantom was destroyed too quickly, and it was still swept by the aftermath of the wizard power's ripples. Its divine soul was damaged on the spot, and it let out a blood-curdling screech as it stumbled forward. "What are you waiting for, Mother Dakini?" he shouted angrily. "Take that thing out." Mother Dakini had already moved to Luo Shuai's side. She frowned and threw out a golden cage. The cage expanded from small to large, covering a radius of several million zhang. At the same time, a tyrannical suppression force came crashing down. Luo Shuai saw that the situation was not good, so he withdrew and retreated. However, under the suppression, his limbs were stiff and his movements were slow. With a rumble, Luo Shuai was trapped in the golden cage. The cage shrank rapidly and finally shrank to the size of a human, firmly trapping Luo Shuai's body. Only then did Mother Dakini and Gu Taishu rush over. They struck Luo Shuai's abdomen with their palms, forcibly interrupting the sorcery she was performing. Gu Taishu wiped the sweat off his face, and his face was filled with anger. Su Yu's random woman is so difficult to deal with. I was almost killed by him. Fortunately, Mother Dakini was prepared, and she had this golden god trapping cage as her trump card. This item was prepared by Mother Dakini for Zhan Wushuang, in case Zhan Wushuang tried to harm her. Mother Dakini stared at Luo Shuai, who was struggling with hatred in her eyes. Little b****, did you think this day would come when you destroyed my physical body? Although Luo Shuai was restrained, her eyes were full of contempt. You can be complacent all you want. Brother Su will destroy your bodies and souls sooner or later. Although the Xing River is vast, there is no place for you to hide. Even the so-called demonic dimension can't stop him. Ha! Gu Taishu laughed coldly. You're still speaking up for Su Yu even when you're about to die. I don't know if our bodies and souls will be destroyed, but you, Humph, I'll make you beg for death. The more I hurt you, the more pain Su Yu will feel. Only when he's in pain can I vent my hatred. Luo Shuai said disdainfully, Haha, Zhan Wushuang is right. If you want to get the thrill of revenge by hurting a woman, you won't have any future in this life. Her words undoubtedly stabbed Gu Taishu's heart. He bellowed angrily, Shut up! Who is Zhan Wushuang? I'm just not as lucky as him. Who is Su Yu? He was like an ant under my feet in the past, and he was just lucky. Huh. Luo Shuai sneered. Others are strong because they're lucky. Who are you? Aren't you just relying on your natural constitution? I'm stronger than you, and it doesn't matter whether you agree with me or not. Shut up. Gu Taishu seemed to feel deeply humiliated. With a furious bellow, he slammed his palm on her shoulder, shattering it on the spot with a cracking sound. Luo Shuai gave a muffled groan. Her face contorted in pain, but her eyes were still filled with contempt as she stared at Gu Taishu. Gu Taishu was filled with hatred when he saw her contemptuous look. All of a sudden, Gu Taishu seemed to have thought of something. His anger faded, and he sized up Luo Shui's lithe body and exquisite face. He said with a faint smile, The women who have taken a fancy to Su Yu are all stunning beauties. If Su Yu were to see your tormented corpse placed before his eyes, I wonder how he would feel? Luo Shuai's pupils shrank, and panic flashed across her face. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of being raped and defiled. She was exposed before Suyu. "How dare you?" Luo Shui said through gritted teeth. Gu Taishu laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's the expression I want." His face was ferocious as he approached step by step, his eyes filled with greed and lust. "So you slept with my woman back then. Today, I'll let him have a taste of the humiliation of being trampled on by the woman he loves." Roar. Letting out a beast-like roar, Gu Taishu pounced forward. Luo Shui's eyes were resolute. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of dying in front of Suyu. Even if she were to die, she wanted to die with a clean conscience. "Brother Su, you and I are just a dream in the mortal world. How good would it have been if you hadn't woken me up from the dream?" Luo Shui said as tears rolled down her cheeks. She closed her eyes slowly. A surge of sorcery energy slowly seeped out from her chest. That was one of the secret techniques passed down to her by the Moonwatch sect leader. Just like the soul-binding spell, it was a forbidden, secret technique that could only be used as a last resort. The function of this secret technique was that one could commit suicide without the need to cast a spell. She wanted to prove her innocence with her death. She would never allow Gu Taishu to possess her. "Brother Su, goodbye," Luo Shui said slowly. The sorcery energy in her chest erupted in an instant, and it was about to burst through her heart. But right at that moment, a hand suddenly pressed against her back, and a warm, thick power suppressed the sorcery energy. Luo Shui was shocked. Turning around, she saw that it was neither Gu Taishu nor Dakini. It was Zhan Wushuang, who was supposed to be far away. "If Miss Luo dies, I will be in a difficult position." Zhan Wushuang's face was surprisingly calm. He was so calm that Luo Shui felt like she had seen him before. That was Su Yu's unique expression. It was the calmness before extreme, killing intent rose in his heart. Gu Taishu, who was pouncing over, screamed and staggered backward as if he had seen a ghost. Because it was so sudden, he fell to the ground on his, but, swallowing hard, he said in a trembling voice, Didn't you leave?" Dakini's expression changed drastically, and she retreated quietly. Zhan Wushuang suppressed the outburst of sorcery energy and withdrew his palm slowly. He stared at the two of them with calm eyes, as indifferent as the Brahma deity. "If I didn't leave, how could I be sure that you didn't have ulterior motives?" It turned out that he didn't trust the two of them at all. Therefore, he pretended to leave to make sure that the two of them weren't playing tricks. Otherwise, it would be too late for the two of them to play tricks when the hostage exchange took place. Fortunately, they had exposed themselves easily. Gu Taishu spat angrily and said, Brother Zhan, you misunderstood us. We were just joking with her." Before he could finish his words, Zhan Wushuang teleported over with his hands clasped behind his back. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped on Gu Taishu's abdomen. Gu Taishu was horrified. He shouted anxiously, "Brother Zhan, listen to my explanation." With a loud explosion, Gu Taishu's abdomen was pierced through, and his godly spirit was destroyed. The cultivation that Gu Taishu had painstakingly cultivated throughout his life was gone. My cultivation! Gu Taishu spat out blood and screamed miserably. Zhan Wushuang moved away expressionlessly. The next moment he teleported in front of Dakini and raised his palm to slap her forehead. Dakini was only left with a soul body. How could she avoid Zhan Wushuang's palm? With a miserable scream, half of Dakini's body was smashed, and her divine soul was severely injured. With such injuries, she wouldn't be able to live for long unless a powerful expert intervened. Zhan Wushuang withdrew his palm indifferently and said coldly, "Destroying your cultivation and destroying half of your soul is because you were disrespectful to Miss Luo and had ulterior motives toward Hanxian. I spared your lives for the sake of your past kindness. From now on, all the grievances between us will be written off." If you offend me again, you will die." Zhan Wushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Get lost. Dakini and Gu Taishu were lucky to survive. How could they dare to stay? With the help of Dakini, Gu Taishu, whose cultivation had been destroyed, boarded a Starry River divine boat with her and flew toward the demonic world. Zhan Wushuang turned around and untied the golden god trapping cage. Luo Xue was injured. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and immediately began to recover. Zhan Wushuang said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Luo Xue shook his head and said, "Don't blame yourself. What you did was right. Instead of letting them do evil things, it was better to expose them as soon as possible to avoid hurting Brother Su." Chapter 1505. Luo Xue blushed, but his eyes rippled. She had done what Su Yu's wife had done. At least, she had caught up to her in some aspects. Zhan Wushuang's evaluation caused Luo Xue to be overjoyed. He was as happy as if he had drunk honey. "Let's wait for a few more days. I believe that Su Yu is almost ready to set off," Zhan Wushuang said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Luo Xue noticed Qin Shi's expression, and he said hesitantly, "You seem to be extremely special to that junior sister of yours? Is she your sweetheart?" Zhan Wushuang remained silent and did not answer. Divine Realm Empire. In the past 2 months, all the major cavern worlds of the Empire had launched vigorous pre-war preparations. Countless cave abode powerhouses responded to the call of the gods and formed an anti-demon army. The elites were then transferred and incorporated into the 10 fleets of the God Domain Empire. The leaders of the fleet were Yongya Chuxue, Yongya Wuheng, Bai Wanqing, the eldest prince, and Yimu and the other level 4 deities whom he had subdued with the illusionary soul realm. The overall strength of the 10 fleets had a qualitative leap compared to the past. He believed that they would be able to resist the large-scale attack of the devils. In the outside world, preparations were in full swing. Inside the secret chamber, Su Yu's isolation training was coming to an end. Soul devouring. A crack appeared on Su Yu's forehead. It was like a bottomless pit, and it emitted an endless suction force toward souls. All the living beings of the divine realm empires, especially those near the imperial palace, felt their souls turn cold, as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Yongya Chuxue, Bai Wanqing, and Bai Wanqing, who were busy preparing, felt it most clearly. Yongya Wuheng said in surprise, "What a terrifying, devouring power! Even my soul is shaken." Yongya Chuxue was also a little uneasy. With such a devouring power, even the soul of a level 2 deity would not be able to escape if his soul left his body, right? Only Bai Wanqing stared in the direction of the secret chamber with her purple eyes and smiled faintly. "It seems that young master's magical power has improved." Just as they were talking, Bai Wanqing's expression suddenly changed, and she whispered, "That's—" Under his purple eyes, one could clearly see the dense shadows of the chains of the great Tao laws floating above the secret chamber. The number was so great that it was unbelievable. But soon the phenomenon disappeared. At the same time, Su Yu's aura emanated from the secret room. The 3 of them were overjoyed and hurried over. Su Yu had already walked out of the secret room. His expression was calm, and his whole body emitted an indescribably peaceful aura, as if he was an ordinary person. But when they got close, there was an inexplicable force that prevented them from getting too close. Yongya Wuheng sized him up and said, "You seem to have changed a lot during your seclusion this time." Su Yu chuckled. "I've made some slight improvements in some magical powers." Then his eyes narrowed. "Is everything ready?" Everyone's expression turned cold. They were about to set off. Yongya Chuxue said, "Get ready. This time, we will definitely rescue little sister Xue." When she was with Luo Xue, they were mostly jealous, but they were definitely not enemies. Ever since she was taken away, she was left alone and felt quite lonely. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had already established a subtle friendship, and they seemed like enemies yet weren't, like friends yet weren't. While Su Yu was in seclusion, most of the preparations for the rescue operation were handled by her. Su Yu said, "Bring Han Xian out." Yongye Chushiwa was already prepared. She sent out a message, jade pendant, and someone immediately escorted Han Xian over. In the past 2 months, her injuries had fully recovered, and her face was much rosier. Her complexion was also very good, and it was obvious that she had not suffered any pain. Han Xian stared at Su Yu without saying a word. Su Yu glanced at her indifferently and released the shackles on her body. He said, "You heard the deal I made with Zhan Wushuang. I will give you freedom. As long as you don't attack or hurt anyone, you can do anything, including escape, as long as you have the ability to escape." Han Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, and she said, "I will not escape." "That's great," Su Yu said expressionlessly. "Let's go." Yongye Chushiwa and Yongye Wuheng wanted to follow him, but Su Yu refused, saying, "It's just an exchange of hostages. I can go alone. I need you to lead the team, and you can't leave." Only then did they give up. Yongye Chushiwa said, "Please be sure to bring little sister Xue back." Su Yu nodded. "If I can't bring her back, I will bring back the heads of Zhan Wushuang and the others. I'll go first." After saying that, Su Yu grabbed Han Xian and disappeared instantly with the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pull. After Su Yu left, Yongye Chushiwe and the others issued several military orders with Su Yu's imperial jade seal in their hands. Before long, 10 fleets, hundreds of battleships, and thousands of divine boats, which were fully loaded with the strong men of the God Realm Empire, sailed into the Star River under the leadership of the 3 of them. My God, what are they going to do with so many battleships? I heard they are going to annihilate the Dakini and a few other survivors. I think so. I heard those survivors took an important hostage of ours. Emperor Yu was furious and mobilized all his troops to annihilate them. Yes, the Dakini is a cunning and powerful deity. No matter how many deities are mobilized, it won't be too much. In an instant, Su Yu carried Han Xian across the Star River. At this moment, Han Xian finally spoke. She stared at Su Yu's side profile, which had matured a lot, and said, "You have changed a lot." Su Yu looked at her and said calmly, "People change. Haven't you changed as well? You used to be naive, innocent, and ignorant. What about now?" Now she was much more mature. She was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. Han Xian clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes were misty. "You used to be simple and kind. Now you are cold and heartless." Su Yu laughed. He felt that Han Xian was like a child who stubbornly wanted to argue. He shook his head. He didn't want to argue. "Say something." Han Xian turned her head and stared at him. Her eyes were full of grievance and displeasure. Su Yu said calmly, "Say what? Is there anything we haven't finished talking about?" Han Xian clenched her fists tighter and bit her lips harder. She touched her chest, and her eyes became even more misty. You don't want to explain how you felt when you kicked me in the chest that day? I didn't want to hurt you. But why did you hurt me so cruelly?" She had been brooding over this incident for 2 months. If it had been anyone else who hurt her, she would have thought it was reasonable. However, when Su Yu kicked her, she felt as if something in her heart was broken. Su Yu said calmly, "Are you trying to say that I still owe you? So, even if you are my enemy, I should show you mercy?" "No." Unexpectedly, Han Xian shook her head. Her eyes were misty as she said, "You don't owe me anything, and I have never thought that you owed me anything." "Oh, then, why do you think that I shouldn't hurt you?" Su Yu said with a faint sneer. Han Xian opened her eyes and stared at Su Yu. The misty tears in her eyes finally condensed into tears. She said, "Do you think that the time we spent in the Red Blood Palace is not worth mentioning?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu was startled. He suddenly remembered that he had been chased by the 5 great bright light guards. He had fallen into the ice-sealed river because of the all-creation heavenly tribulation. He was in the river, and she was on the riverbank, looking at him curiously with her crystal-clear eyes. Then he lied to her and hid that he was the real murderer that she was looking for. During that time, he even gave her a name. He named her Zishuan because she was wearing a purple dress. I remember. Su Yu revealed a nostalgic smile at the corners of his mouth. At that time, they were both teenagers. You only remember. Han Xuan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, "It's no wonder that you could kick me so cruelly. In your eyes, that period of time is just a memory." Su Yu was startled. "If I don't remember, will I still remember it?" Looking at Su Yu's shocked expression, Han Xian wiped her tears and said with a self-mocking smile, "For you, it's just a fragment of your memory, which you can forget at any time. But for me, it's a mark that can't be erased. I really regret that I met you before Su Yu could ask," she said angrily. "Go ahead and exchange me for that young lady's." After she spoke, she shut her mouth and eyes and stopped talking. She had met Su Yu for the first time in the outside world. It was him who had taught her many things and opened the door to a new world for her. It was him who had brought her many joys and given her a second name. For her, Su Yu was an unforgettable memory that couldn't be erased. Even though 10 years had passed, she still deeply cherished that memory, the friendship that she had carefully preserved. However, Su Yu's kick had made her feel unfamiliar and painful. It turned out that she and Su Yu had never shared that memory. Su Yu was an experienced person. Hearing her words, he knew that he had left a deep impression in Han Xuan's life. It had nothing to do with love. It was just a vague attachment. His expression softened slightly, but he still said, "Kicking you is a punishment that you deserve. You can't tell right from wrong, and we don't know whether you're a friend or a foe. I gave you a warning. I didn't do anything wrong. If you don't like it, feel free to do so. I won't apologize." Han Xian, who had already felt wronged, clenched her fists when she heard this. She opened her eyes and glared at Su Yu. "I hate you." "It doesn't matter." Su Yu shrugged. He didn't care at all. Han Xian was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She wanted to fight with Su Yu on the spot. However, she knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few blows from Su Yu. She could only say bitterly, "I really regret letting you off so easily in the past." Humph. In the past, as in all creation, she could torture Su Yu to the point that he begged for mercy with a single finger. Now, it was the complete opposite. Su Yu chuckled. "Then you should make this your goal, and train hard. If you can beat me, you can beat me all you want." Han Xian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth. "What are you so proud of? Life is full of ups and downs. In another 10 years, it's hard to say who will be stronger than the other. It's good that you're confident." Han Xian snorted angrily. "Just you wait. Remember what you said today. Sooner or later, I'll beat you up and pay you back for that kick. I'll make you apologize for that kick. Fine, I'll wait for that day." Su Yu smiled faintly. Han Xian clenched her fists. Her eyes shone again as if she had found her goal in life. In the next 2 days, Su Yu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole continuously. He crossed countless galaxies and was about to reach the world of divine remains. At the same time, Zhan Wushuang was waiting anxiously. On this day, Zhan Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly and looked into the distance. Luo Xue seemed to have sensed it too. He said, "Brother Su and the others are here?" Chapter 1506. Boom! Boom! Thick, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, demonic energy billowing. In the demonic energy, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from time to time, exuding an extremely violent aura. Looking closely, 2 familiar figures could be seen. Gu Taishi Dakini, the holy magic hall of the demons. Zhan Wushuang's expression changed slightly. How did they contact the demonic dimension in just a few days and send their troops here so quickly? According to common sense, even if the Holy Magic Hall sent their troops here, it would take as long as 2 months. It was absolutely impossible to arrive in 2 days. Why would the Holy Magic Hall suddenly appear here? Suddenly, Zhan Wushuang found that there were 2 captured demons in the mass of demonic energy. Internal strife among the demons? Could it be that these demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall came here to capture them? Zhan Wushuang analyzed. If that was the case, it made sense. But what's so special about those 2 demons? Did they send more than 30 deities of the Holy Magic Hall personally? Luo Shui did not know the power of the Holy Magic Hall. How confident are we to deal with them if we join forces? Zhan Wushuang said, "If I am alone, they can't do anything to me. But if I bring you along, forget it, you go first. I believe Su Yu is also on his way here. If I meet him, let him take my junior sister back, and I will go back to the God Realm Empire to get her." Luo Shui said, "Aren't you afraid that Su Yu will refuse to return your junior sister?" Zhan Wushuang said, "It's better than you getting hurt here. If I can't take care of you, my junior sister will be in danger." Having said that, Luo Shui said, "Well, don't worry. If I go back, I believe Brother Su will not make things difficult for your junior sister. Goodbye." Having said that, Luo Shui retreated and flew in the direction of the God Realm Empire. However, after a few steps, the massive mass of demonic energy suddenly tumbled, and 9 extremely fierce roars shattered a nebula. Zhan Wushuang's eyes narrowed. "What is that?" With a swoosh, the demonic energy was pushed away, and 9 invisible things rushed out from it. They were 9 extremely ferocious beast heads with red eyes, full of bloodthirsty will. After Zhan Wushuang saw it clearly, his expression turned serious. "Chaos Beast!" It was rumored that there was an extremely frightening creature in the demon world called the Chaos Beast. It was born from the Chaos demonic chi. No matter which generation it was, there were only 18 of them. In this generation, 9 of them were personally trained by the Demon Emperor and were extremely ferocious. The other 9 were born with defects and were exiled to the galaxy. The 9 in front of him were a batch that the Demon King had personally raised. Any one of them had the terrifying power to devour a level 3 deity. All 9 of them could compete with a level 2 deity. Zhan Wushuang's face sank, and he said, "This is a little troublesome. Miss Luo, flee quickly. I really can't take care of you." As Jiang Yi spoke, the 9 chaos beasts charged forward. Unparalleled tyrannical fist. Zhan Wushuang didn't dare to be careless at all. However, the chaos beast was immune to mystical abilities. It bit Zhan Wushuang's body and tore off pieces of flesh. Zhan Wushuang didn't even frown as he shouted, "Sovereign King Jiangshani!" A long robe formed by mountains and rivers was draped over his body. When the chaos beast bit again, it blocked the long robe. Unable to do anything, it could only bite through the sovereign King Jiangshani first. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhan Wushuang summoned the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. A dazzling golden image of the heavenly throne descended, filled with a powerful suppressive force. The 9 chaos beasts were not immune to it either. They were suppressed on the spot, and their movements became slow. However, he couldn't retreat. If he did, the 9 chaos beasts would regain their freedom, and it would be even more dangerous. In the billowing demonic chi, Mother Dakini said to a level 3 deity, "General Demon, that woman is the one I mentioned. She's the woman of the Emperor of the Divine Realm Empire. Only by capturing her can the enemy hold back." Holy Magic Hall generals were divided into 3 ranks, upper, middle, and lower. The general was second only to the senior commander and had level 3 cultivation. General Demon was one of them. He was born with a 3rd eye that was filled with mysterious power. He stared at the fleeing Luo Shui and smiled coldly. "Chase! I want him alive. Don't let me eat him. Roar, roar, roar. Under the demonic chi, 30 holy magic hall demon gods pounced forward. They didn't have any intelligence, and their bodies were more agile than ordinary demon gods. In 5 minutes, they caught up to Luo Shuai and pounced on him. Luo Shuai was not afraid. He methodically used all kinds of sorcery to destroy these demon gods. However, what surprised Luo Shuai was that these demon gods didn't seem to have divine souls. Or rather, if their divine souls were damaged, they couldn't feel it at all. Many sorcery that involved the soul actually didn't work. In addition, Luo Shuai was already injured. He gradually couldn't take it anymore, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. This stalemate lasted for several hours. 7 or 8 demon gods died. Luo Shuai was covered in blood, but he still fought tenaciously. A bunch of trash! At that moment, there was a cold shout that sounded like thunder. General Demon I attacked. He suddenly appeared behind Luo Shuai and gave him a vicious slap. As a demon god who was proficient in the physical body, the power of this slap was unparalleled. Luo Shuai was directly sent flying by the slap. Her back was a bloody mess and covered in cracks. Although her sorcery power recovered quickly, it was already showing signs of weakness. Then, a giant palm grabbed Luo Shuai's head from behind. Endless demon energy poured into her body and sealed her sorcery power. Swish! The demon eye leaped up and returned to the billowing demon energy. He coldly threw Luo Shuai down. Immediately, a demon god captured him and made him kneel on the ground together with the other 2 demons who had been captured alive. Dakini couldn't help but laugh coldly. Little b****, do you think you can escape? Aren't you still in our hands? Gu Taishu was even more resentful. He pounced on her and said resentfully, b****, you ruined my cultivation. If I don't kill you, I'll live in vain. Bang! But before he could pounce on her, he was sent flying by an iron fist. The one who attacked was none other than General Demon Eye. Gu Taishu was stunned and said, General, what are you doing? The demon Eye said coldly, I'd like to ask you, what are you trying to do? Gu Taishu pointed at her and said, according to the agreement, if you capture her, can't you let me do whatever I want? As long as you don't kill her, you can do whatever you want. The demon Eye sneered. Agreement? What agreement? Who can testify? Upon hearing this, Gu Taishu was secretly angry, but he restrained himself and said, Yes, I'm being silly. Dakini, who was beside him, also hid her strange expression and stood obediently at the side. It turned out that on their way to the demonic dimension, they had encountered a troop of demons who were trying to capture them. They had told them that the woman of the current emperor of the God Realm Empire was here. The 2 sides had agreed that Dakini and Gu Taishu would lead the way. After capturing the woman, the 2 of them would deal with her first before handing her over to the demons. They had thought that they could still take revenge on Suyu, who knew that the demons wouldn't keep their word. The demon Eye said indifferently, It's good that you know you're being silly. Why don't you take a look at the 2 of you? One is a piece of trash whose cultivation has been destroyed, and the other is only left with half of her soul. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yes, you're right. General Demon Eye, Gu Taishu said humbly, suppressing the humiliation in his heart. The demon Eye snorted coldly and turned to stare at Zhan Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes. I didn't expect there to be such a talented strong man in the Star River God Realm. He fought 9 beasts of chaos alone without being at a disadvantage. In the demonic dimension, his combat power is only below that of the demonic god of 6 paths. After a moment of silence, the demon Eye said with some fear, Let's go first. When the time for the beasts of chaos is up, they will be transported back to the demonic dimension. After saying this, the billowing demonic clouds quickly retreated. Zhan Wushuang, who had witnessed this scene, was filled with murderous intent, but he couldn't do anything about it. He regretted, secretly, why did he have to be kind and let go of Dakini and Gu Taishu? They didn't repent, and they still wanted to do evil even though they were in such dire straits. However, being trapped by 9 beasts of chaos, he couldn't leave at all. The demon I led the many demonic gods and quickly disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away, heading straight for the demonic dimension. When they passed by a meteorite, they saw a kind-looking monk sitting cross-legged on the meteorite. He put his palms together and was silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. His whole body was emitting Buddha's light. Sensing the army of the demon eye, he opened his eyes slightly and made a Buddhist greeting. He said, "Very good, very good. I have been waiting for you for a long time." The demon eye glanced at the monk and said indifferently, "A Buddhist? How dare you block the way of the demon clan?" Tyrant put on a kind smile and said, "Amitabha, I hope that benefactors of the demon race can do a good deed and release that female benefactor. This poor monk has some fate with her. I hope that you can give this little monk some face." The demon eye sneered and gave a look to one of the demonic gods beside him. "Eat him!" Roar! The demonic god jumped down excitedly. He opened his big mouth and bit the monk. The monk still put his palms together and didn't show any signs of resistance. When the demonic god was 30 feet away from them, the demonic god's body suddenly started burning and black flames rose. No matter how the demonic god struggled, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing until they were completely burned to ashes. The sudden scene shocked the many demonic gods, and they instinctively felt fear. The monk burned a demonic god to death without batting an eyelid. They were shocked by the terrible black flames. However, General Demon, I seem to recall something at this moment. His whole body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, "Undying demon flame! You are." The monk slowly put down his palms and put them behind his back. His temperament suddenly changed, and the warm smile on his face was like the smile of the god of death in the eyes of the demon eye. Oh, there are still people in the demonic realm who can recognize the undying demon flame. It seems that you haven't forgotten me. The demon eye trembled all over, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your subordinate, the demon eye, pays respect to the undying demon emperor. The undying demon emperor? Gu Taishiu, Mother Dakini, and Luo Shui gasped. This old monk is the undying demon emperor? Shouldn't demon emperors be in the demonic realm? The monk smiled kindly. You are not my subordinate, and I have another identity, the god of death. What? Mother Dakini and Gu Taishu were shocked. In the galaxy, the god of death was known as the second strongest expert, just below the demon emperor. Who in the universe didn't know about him? Who didn't know about him? Yes, I pay respect to the Lord God of Death. The demon eye's legs trembled. Please forgive us for failing to recognize you, Lord God of Death. We didn't mean to offend you. Chapter 1507. Ah, Lord Demon Emperor, please show mercy. The demon eye screamed and tried to escape. The death deity smiled mercifully and put his palms together. Amitabha. As soon as he said that, all the demon gods were ignited by the demon fire and turned into ashes in an instant. The demon eye, who had escaped to the end of the sky, failed to escape and was killed. Many demon gods had no ability to resist at all and were annihilated with a single thought from the undying demon emperor. Only Dakini, Gu Taishu, Luo Shui, and the 2 demons who had been captured were left. Looking at the ashes floating in the Milky Way, they shuddered and didn't even dare to breathe. The death deity turned around and looked at them with a faint smile. Ignoring everyone else, he fixed his eyes on Luo Shui and said, Lady Donor, you are destined to meet me. Come with me. Luo Shui wanted to refuse, but under the gaze of the death deity, she couldn't speak or move. She drifted away with him involuntarily. Dakini and Gu Taishu didn't dare to stop him. He was the infamous death deity in the Milky Way. Moreover, his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. His strength completely surpassed the rumors. Why is the death deity interested in that little b asterisk tch? Dakini couldn't figure it out. Gu Taishu was also unwilling to accept it. He had spent so much effort to kidnap her, but the undead demon emperor appeared out of nowhere. Looking down at the two demons who had been captured, Gu Taishu said, "What should we do with them?" The demon I came to capture them in person, which shows that they are not ordinary demons. If we take them back to the realm of demons, will it be considered a pledge of allegiance? Dakini followed his gaze and looked at the two demons on the ground. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young woman. Their faces were similar, so they should be father and daughter. After thinking for a while, Dakini said, "This pledge of allegiance may not bring us a good end." "Why?" Gu Taishu's gaze shifted as he asked. Dakini stared at the ashes floating in the Milky Way and said, "Isn't it simple? What do you think the realm of demons will think of us if we witness the demon I being killed by the undead demon emperor while we are safe and sound?" Hearing this, Gu Taishu frowned slightly. "I'm afraid they will doubt our loyalty. In the worst-case scenario, they'll blame us for the death of the demonic eye." Mother Dakini nodded and said, "That's why it's best for us to pretend that we've never seen the demonic eye or those two before. With our current strength, it's not wise for us to get involved." Gu Taishu agreed wholeheartedly. "Indeed, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." The two of them left the unconscious devil race and quietly escaped. Half a day later, Suyu had finally arrived at the world of divine remains. Tens of millions of miles away, Suyu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he frowned slightly. Why is there the scent of chaos beasts? After pondering it for a moment, Suyu said, "I'm afraid something has happened." Shwa! Leaving Han Xian behind, Suyu teleported near the aura of the chaos beast. From afar, he could see 9 chaos beasts surrounding Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang could only struggle bitterly. He could not break free at all. Xiao Qin scanned the surroundings and did not see Luo Shui. He could still sense the lingering aura of the demon race nearby. Has the demon race been here? Su Yu's heart sank. His bad premonition had come true. Staring at the 9 chaos beasts, Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly and he swooped down. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the chaos beasts. 2 of the chaos beasts that were wandering outside immediately roared and turned to bite Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly, and a black divine dragon appeared in his palm. The law of death. Su Yu growled, and his palm pressed down across the air. Suddenly, several clear virtual shadows of the law chain appeared around Su Yu's palm. A dark palm print shuttled through the void and imprinted on the surface of a chaos beast's body. The chaos beast was originally invisible, and it was difficult for external forces to harm it. However, the dark palm print fell straight on its body, and the chaos beast was blown away. At the same time, its vitality was rapidly declining. The whole color quickly dimmed and finally turned into a dead gray. Its vitality was extinguished. The chaos beast that could not be killed was easily killed. Another chaos beast was not afraid of death and continued to bite while roaring. Su Yu's eyes flashed with cold light, and his left and right eyes burst with purple and wine-red divine light, condensing together to form a mixed beam of light. Around the beam of light, there was a rotating chain of the law. The law of time and space flow backward. The chaos beast sensed the danger and turned into a residual shadow, trying to dodge. But no matter what, the distance between it and the beam of light did not increase. It was as if it was locked by the law of space, and no matter how it moved, it could not escape. In the end, it was shot by the beam of light, wrapped and swallowed. When the beam of light dissipated, the chaos beast disappeared, including its breath, completely erased from the world. Zhan Wushuang's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He had fought for so long, but he had not been able to kill a chaos beast. Su Yu came and easily killed 2 in a row. I haven't seen him for only 2 months, and his strength has improved so much? What kind of great opportunity did he encounter? After killing 2 chaos beasts, the rest of the chaos beasts showed a little fear. After a moment of stalemate with Zhan Wushuang, they broke free from the suppression of the heaven and earth divine throne and fled to the sky. There a huge formation appeared, and they were sent back to the demon world. Zhan Wushuang retracted the shadow and took a deep breath. What happened? Where is Shui? With a swoosh, Suyu flew in front of him and stared at him. Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang was deeply ashamed. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. She was taken away by the demon race. Demon race? Tell me the whole story. Su Yu's heart sank. He knew what would happen to the creatures of Xing River if they fell into the hands of the demon world. After listening to Zhan Wushuang's story patiently, Su Yu was full of killing intent. Dakini gu taishu. A leopard can't change its spots. Even in that kind of situation, you still want to do evil. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were full of remorse. I was too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could there be such twists and turns and attract the demon race? You wait for me for a few more months. I will kill my way into the demon world and take Miss Luo back. Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists. I will never break my promise. No need, Suyu said lightly, his eyes fixed on the distance, not looking at him. I don't need you. I will save her myself. Hearing Su Yu's indifference, Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists, his heart suffering. As a born king, he never owed anyone a promise. Now he failed to keep his promise to protect Luo Shui and let her be taken away by the demon race. When he finished speaking, Su Yu turned into a residual shadow and went straight in the direction of the demon eye. As soon as he left, Han Xian hurried after him. Seeing Zhan Wushuang, she was pleasantly surprised. She turned to look around, but did not see Su Yu. She asked curiously, where is he? He took Luo Shui away so soon? She was a little displeased. What was this? Zhan Wushuang saw her and was taken aback. Su, you did not continue to kidnap you? Han Xian blinked. Continue. You didn't give Luo Shui to him? A bitter smile bloomed on his lips, and Zhan Wushuang shook his head deeply. Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Han Xian was stunned and said anxiously, Then he is going to kill his way into the demon world alone. Zhan Wushuang said, I'm afraid so. Looking at Han Xian with relief, Zhan Wushuang said, Han Xian, you find a safe place to hide. I will go after him. The demon world is dangerous, and he can't barge into it alone. Are you going too? Han Xian asked in surprise. Zhan Wushuang said, Yes, I don't know people promises. I failed to protect Luo Shui, but he didn't hurt you. It is my duty to help him rescue Luo Shui. I want to go too. Han Xian said, If anything happens to Luo Shui, I will not be able to face Su Yu. All right, but don't go too far away from me. Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness as he flew away quickly. When he passed by a meteorite filled with ashes, he stopped and frowned slightly. There are so many ashes of demonic gods here. Did a battle take place here? While he was in a daze, he sensed 2 familiar auras. Glancing around, he found 2 corpses of demons floating in the Star River immediately. If the battle here hadn't scared away the wild beasts nearby, they would have been eaten by the wild beasts in a coma. Qianjun, Sha? Su Yu was a little surprised. Then he pulled them up from the air. After checking, he found that their 5 senses had been sealed, so they had fallen into a deep sleep. Wake up! Su Yu opened his mouth and spat out a divine energy to wake them up. Qianjun opened his eyes slowly. When he sensed someone was close to him, he punched the man's chest subconsciously. However, his punch didn't cause any harm to the man. Instead, his palm was badly hurt by the counterforce. Who is it? Qianjun shouted in a low voice as he glanced at the man's face. However, it seemed he had found something. His body became stiff as he looked at the man's face again. When he fixed his eyes on the man's face, The man's face was very familiar to him. Qian-jun exclaimed in disbelief, "Lord Demon King? Am I hallucinating? Or did the demons cast some secret technique on me?" At this time Char also woke up. Looking at the handsome man with silver hair and the crown on his head, she was also confused. Then she said in confusion, "Weren't we captured? Am I hallucinating now?" Qian-jun and Sha looked at each other in confusion. "I sent a message to you and asked you to see me. Why are you sleeping here? Did something happen?" Suyu asked calmly. Hearing that, Qian-jun and Sha stood up hurriedly and bowed in surprise. "Lord Demon King, it's really you!" Suyu sent a message to Qian-jun. Only he and his daughter knew what had happened. It was impossible for the demons to confuse them. "Answer my question." Suyu patted their shoulders. His powerful divine strength helped them get rid of their weakness and fatigue. Feeling the warmth, Qian-jun said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord. When we received your message, we tried our best to sneak out of the realm of demons and was ready to hand over the information we had collected over the years to you. However, after we left, our base camp in the realm of demons was uprooted by Princess Yunxia. The news of our escape was also exposed. Then, we were hunted down by the Holy Magic Hall. We tried our best to escape. However, we were only at the level of prospective deities. Eventually, the demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall caught up with us. They sealed our 5 senses. When we woke up again, we saw Lord. Did you save us?" Suyu sighed silently. In this case, they didn't know what had happened here. Whether Luo Shui was taken back to the realm of demons by the remaining demons or by the other side of the battle here was totally unknown. Anyway, Luo Shui didn't die here. Slightly relieved, Suyu said, "You have worked hard. From now on, you will follow me. You don't have to go back to the realm of demons." Hearing that, Qian-jun said seriously, "I'm afraid we can't go back." Lord, in addition to bringing back all kinds of information about the realm of demons collected over the past 8 years, when we sneaked out of the realm of demons, we also learned a shocking secret from a high-level demon. It was because of this secret that a top demon god like the demonic I led a team to kill us. "Oh, a shocking secret? Tell me," Suyu said. Chapter 1508, Qian-jun said, "The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore." The giant of the bitter sea. Suyu took a deep breath. The most lethal threat in the Star River. An ancient demon emperor who would devour all the creatures in the Star River to become the overlord of the Star River. However, Suyu frowned a bit. It's not a secret that the giant of the bitter sea has come ashore. Why did the demonic Eye, one of the 10 demonic gods of the Holy Magic Hall, come here to kill him? Is there something special about this time? Qian-jun nodded. You are right. The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore this time. As soon as he came ashore, he devoured the entire Jinyu realm. All the creatures in the 7 great demonic realms became the food of the giant of the bitter sea. Su Yu's pupils constricted. It has begun, devouring all the creatures in the Star River, starting from the ordinary creatures in the demon realm. Qian-jun said, "This incident has caused great panic. After the creatures of the other 6 realms got the news, they fled in panic and wanted to escape from the demonic realm. However, the Holy Magic Hall guarded the only gap in the demonic realm personally. Luckily, we left in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave the demon realm." Su Yu asked thoughtfully, "Can the Holy Magic Hall stop all the creatures in the demon realm?" Qian-jun said, "You will know after reading these messages." Then he took out a space ring. Su Yu glanced at it and found all the jade slips were neatly placed in the space ring, which recorded all kinds of messages. Row 130,403. From left to right, the 40 million one contains the messages of the demonic gods in the demon realm. Qian-jun said as he held a catalog in his hand. Suyu nodded and entered the space ring with his soul to read the documents. 1 hour later, Suyu was still reading the documents. Sha murmured, "Father, why hasn't Lord finished reading the documents?" Jun made a gesture to keep quiet and said secretly, "The contents of one document are equivalent to 2 hours of reading for ordinary people. It's still early. Be patient and don't talk anymore." At that moment, Su Yu blinked his eyes and came back to his senses. He said, "So in the 8 years after I left, all the wandering demon gods in the demonic dimension disappeared one after another." Sha blinked her eyes and said secretly, "Didn't you say it would take 2 hours?" Jun stared at her and said, "My lord is very talented. What's there to be surprised about?" When Jun was about to answer, Su Yu continued, "Besides, considering the disappearance of the descendants of the demonic god, it doesn't seem like they are hiding from the world. They must have been abducted by a powerful force without being noticed." Jun was shocked. The information about the descendants of the missing demonic god was divided into 80 other books. Did Su Yu read them too? Exactly. Although surprised, Jun said, "Their disappearance caused a lot of panic in the realm of devils. No one knew where they went. They finally showed up when a large number of creatures in the realm of devils rushed to the exit. They all joined the Holy Magic Hall." Su Yu's eyes lit up. To be precise, he was mutated by Princess Yunxia's power of Azura. Just like the red-eyed mutated creatures in the Azura world, they had lost their rationality, became irritable, and their strength increased. At the same time, they were very obedient to control. "Princess Yunxia, who exactly are you?" Su Yu thought to himself. Jun said, "Because of their joining, the number of deities in the Holy Magic Hall has skyrocketed from the original 200 to more than 300 demonic gods. More than that, the demonic gods in the Holy Magic Hall seem to have been strengthened in batches. They are more powerful than before and have more strange abilities that are impossible to guard against. The demonic eyes that came to capture us were not strengthened yet. Even so, they were incredibly powerful." Jun said with lingering fear, "Su Yu is sure that the mutation caused by the power of Azura must be caused by the power of Azura. In addition, there is more important news. The realm of devils has been preparing for war for the past 8 years. Recently, they have mobilized the armies of all the realms to launch an action called Nirvana against all the creatures in the Star River. It is a great momentum, unprecedented in the realm of devils. This action is very fierce, and the creatures in the Star River are in great danger." Jun said seriously. He thought Su Yu would be very nervous after hearing this. However, Su Yu was very calm. "My lord, the realm of devils has the intention to destroy the Star River. Please make a plan as soon as possible." Jun couldn't help but be anxious. Su Yu said calmly, "I also have the ambition to destroy the realm of devils. We have the same idea." Jun and Sha were dumbfounded. They almost thought they had heard it wrong. Destroy the realm of devils? Is the realm of devils going to destroy you? Is my lord crazy? The father and the daughter asked at the same time as they looked at each other. Rumble. All of a sudden, the heaven and earth were deafening as if thousands of thunderbolts were interweaving in the sky. They saw a huge snow-white disk that blotted out the sun and the sky, flickering like a white light as it floated above their heads. Looking at the boundless giant, the father and daughter sucked in a breath of cold air. What is this thing? Is it the arrival of all the god realm empires? But how could it be so fast? Swish! When they were shocked speechless, many enormous battleships flew down from the disk. They were the most advanced giant Star River battleships of the god realm empires. Each of the battleships was surrounded by hundreds of divine boats. The battleships were full of the auras of powerful people. Many of them were so powerful that the father and the daughter were shocked. Swish! Yongya Chushue, Yongya Wuhan by Wanqing and the first prince landed. For powerful figures at level 3 of the realm of gods shocked the father and the daughter to the ground. Yongya Chushue frowned. 2 little demons? Brother Su, where did you find these small fries? Qianjun and his daughter were shocked again. How could such powerful beings call Suyu brother? Wait, why is the first prince here? And he seems to regard Suyu as his leader? Suyu said, "They are my people." Oh, Yongye Chushue said casually. Then she looked around and asked, "Where is Sister Shuei?" Suyu was silent for a while. She was captured by the demons. Hearing that, the all-access merchant god was surprised. How could the demons appear here? Suyu narrated the entire sequence of events, causing the deities to be unable to restrain their anger and resentment. The Shang deity said angrily, "So we came here for nothing?" Suyu said, "Not for nothing. Qianjun, tell them about the current situation of the realm of devils." When they learned that the giant of the bitter sea had devoured the creatures of the realm of devils, they were quite happy at first. However, when they learned that the realm of devils was preparing for war, they all changed their expressions. The all-access merchant god's face was slightly pale, and his breathing became rapid. He clenched his fists and said, "This day has finally come. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." The Shang deity said, "Emperor Yu, please give the order. We will go back immediately, strengthen our defense, and fight against the demons to the end. We will never compromise." The deities looked determined. "Emperor Yu, please give the order. We will never bow to the demons. If they want to kill us, they must pay the price. Yes, whether we surrender or not, we can't escape death. What are we waiting for? Of course, we must resist to the end." When they heard that the demons had sent troops, they were not afraid. Instead, they were inspired with infinite courage. They had lived in fear for a long time, but at this moment they gathered an unprecedented murderous aura. However, Suyu was silent. He looked around at them for a long time and said slowly, "I will not allow you to resist." What? The indignant deities seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. Each of them stared at Suyu incredulously, as if doubting whether the words just said were said by Suyu. The demons were coming, but they were not allowed to resist? Did they want to surrender to the demons? Puzzlement, confusion, and surprise emerged in the hearts of everyone, until Suyu said slowly, "Do you really think that I have mobilized all the strong men of the God Realm Empire just to rescue a hostage?" Hearing this, many gods' eyes gleamed with excitement. Those who were a little more sensitive had doubts. Was it really necessary to mobilize so many people just to rescue a hostage? What's more, they had come out in full force, but there was no strong man in the God Realm Empire. Was Emperor Yu not afraid that something would happen? Did he want to? Some wise people understood Suyu's intentions, and their eyes were filled with horror. They could hardly believe their own guesses. "I will not allow you to resist. Only you are allowed to attack. Attack into the demon world, slaughter the holy magic hall, kill the giant of the bitter sea, and get rid of the scourge once and for all." Suyu's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking the universe. His words rushed into everyone's heart and shook their souls. Someone couldn't help but say, But we are no match for the demons." Suyu's eyes were sharp and deep, and he asked, "Since we are no match for them, can we survive by resisting?" The person who asked the question couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, they were all going to die. Why didn't they choose to take the initiative to attack? Under the deterrence of the demons for a long time, they almost forgot that they still had the option of attacking, and subconsciously just wanted to resist. The best defense is offense. You have the heart to die, so why wait for the enemy to kill you instead of rushing into the enemy and dying? Suyu said in a powerful voice, and the majestic voice woke everyone up from their dreams. Many people's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Kill into the demon world. The all-access, merchant god couldn't suppress his excitement. He never dreamed of killing into the demon world, and Suyu's words woke him up. Today was different from the past, and the strength of the God Realm Empire was not what it used to be. Why should they fear the demons? It was the demons, and they should be afraid of them. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake, splashing thousands of ripples. Kill into the demon world. Slaughter the holy magic hall. I swear to follow Emperor Yu to the death. Long live Emperor Yu. Waves of shouts, each louder than the last, surged in all directions of the galaxy like a tsunami, surging into the endless galaxy. The demon world. The majestic and glorious demon imperial capital was shrouded in blood, adding to the gloom. It was caused by countless drops of blood that did not fall in time, and the amount of blood could be imagined. Looking down from the sky, there were endless corpses outside the city, stretching tens of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The former demon imperial capital was surrounded by corpses. Chapter 1509. Swoosh! A figure with a strong aura flew in front of her. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were red. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness." Princess Yunxia retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "How is the situation?" "Your Highness, not a single creature has escaped from the realm of demons. It will only take 2 days for the giant of the bitter sea to come and devour them all." Princess Yunxia frowned slightly. Who cares about the life and death of the ants in the realm of demons? I am asking, how are the preparations for the baptism? The figure's expression turned serious, and he immediately said, reporting to the princess, "Everything has been done according to your instructions. Apart from the demonic eye, the last batch of demonic gods of the Holy Magic Hall have also been baptized by the heavenly liquid. They only need to undergo a blood sacrifice to undergo a transformation." Princess Yunxia nodded with satisfaction and said coldly, "Is it a sacrifice?" A cold and cruel smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. "A few months ago, didn't we capture a lot of demons who served Suyu? We will use them as sacrifices for this new batch of demons." Hearing this, the figure also grinned, and his smile was cold. "Your Highness is wise." The so-called sacrifice was to let them eat their own kind alive. The same kind here referred to the creatures who had experienced the baptism of the heavenly liquid. They would transform the creatures who served Suyu and then use them as sacrifices. Princess Yunxia sneered coldly. "Suyu, your good days are coming to an end. How is the preparation of the first demon army?" The figure said they have been stationed outside the realm of demons, led by General Broken Bones, with 100,000 troops and 100 demon ships. Within a month, they can arrive at the realm of gods and completely conquer it in 2 months. In this regard, Princess Yunxia shook her head indifferently. "Don't be too confident. After all, the Xing River is part of the ancient god realm. No one knows whether the overlord of the Xing River still exists." The figure said flatteringly, "Your Highness, you worry too much. If there is such a powerful existence, how can they sit back and watch the situation of the Xing River today? I think with the Dakini and the many creatures she cultivated, we should be able to destroy the realm of gods in a short time." With that, the figure bowed and said, "If your Highness does not trust General Broken Bones, I am willing to personally lead the troops to conquer the realm of gods and hand it over to your Highness." Princess Yunxia looked at him indifferently and said faintly, "Li Fei, you and I have been friends for many years. Why do you need to call yourself a subordinate?" The figure was silent for a moment, then gradually straightened his back, revealing a face that was not of the demon race. At first glance, it looked like a human, but its eyes were blood red, very similar to the creatures of the Azura world. "I was ordered to assist you, so why can't I call myself your subordinate?" Li Fei smiled faintly and continued the previous topic. "The first demon army's individual strength is extremely strong, and they are also equipped with Azura weapons from the Azura world. Even without the other demon armies mobilizing, they can still destroy the divine realm empire. Princess Consort can rest assured that there won't be any mistakes." While they were talking in the galaxy outside the Devil Realm, A total of 100 huge black devil ships were floating near the Devil Realm. Demon gods with blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen amidst the surging demon chi. In the center of the 100 demonic warships, there was a warship that was twice the size of an ordinary demonic warship. It had a clear flag with the symbol of the Devil World, indicating the status of the main warship. In the cabin of the main warship, a burly demon god with cold, blood-red eyes stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a round, table-sized demon artifact. There were thousands of light spots scattered on it, densely covering the entire round disc. Every round disc was a team of Devil World scouts, responsible for patrolling the surroundings of the Devil Realm and keeping an eye out for any suspicious enemies. At this moment, at the outermost part of the round disc, a light spot extinguished without warning, becoming extremely dim. Admiral Broken Bones. Look! There's something wrong with one of the scouts. There were a few gods near the round disc demon chi, responsible for inspecting the round disc. When they discovered the abnormality, they immediately reported. The demon god with deep blood-red eyes and standing with his hands behind his back was one of the 10 great generals of the Holy Magic Hall, Admiral Broken Bones. Admiral Broken Bones stared at the extinguished light spot, his expression as cold as before. He said, "Immediately send a message to that patrol team. Ask if their demon artifact has malfunctioned." Yes, the 4 demon gods immediately sent a message to him. However, the message was like a rock in the ocean, and there was no reply for a long time. "Admiral, they might not have recovered in time." The 4 demon gods analyzed. Admiral Broken Bones stared at the round disc and said indifferently, "They can't recover." The 4 demon gods followed Admiral Broken Bones' gaze, and their pupils constricted. Another patrol team's display has dimmed. Just as they were in shock, another light spot suddenly dimmed and extinguished. In less than 10 breaths' time, 2 patrol teams met with the same situation. This was definitely not a demon artifact being damaged. The only explanation was that they had met with mishaps. 3 teams met with mishaps in a row. Could it be the appearance of a divine-level wild beast? The 4 demon gods analyzed. Admiral Broken Bones ordered indifferently, informed the nearest patrol team to rush over, find out the information, and send it back as soon as possible. The 4 demon gods immediately did as instructed. The round disc clearly showed more than 20 light spots, moving rapidly towards the nearest dimmed light spot. From the round disc, it looked like a cloud of light spots surging over, covering the sky and covering the earth. This wild beast should be a speed type. It destroyed 3 patrol teams in a short span of 20 breaths. That's impressive. A demon god said with a composed expression. Another demon god agreed. Yes, in recent years, the wild beasts have become much more active. For some reason, divine-level wild beasts often appear. This one must have accidentally wandered over. I wonder what breed it is. Even if the patrol teams that rushed over are no match for it, they should be able to scare it off. He was still speaking, but the scene reflected in his eyes left the demon god stunned. The surrounding cloud of light spots had suffered some unknown attack, and were completely annihilated. Admiral Broken Bones could not help but be moved. He immediately ordered the divine-level patrol team to rush over and investigate this matter. Beep beep, the round disc let out a crisp sound. An extremely bright light spot crossed half the round disc and headed straight for the spot where the cloud had been annihilated. The divine-level patrol team was the highest team that commanded the patrol teams. They were there to deal with sudden incidents like this. There were a total of 8 demon gods in the team. No matter what divine-level wild beast they encountered, they could retreat safely. Poof! However, when the divine-level patrol team was halfway there, they were suddenly annihilated. They quickly dimmed and finally disappeared from the round disc. The demon gods in the cabin stared at the vanishing light spot in shock and bewilderment. The divine-level patrol team was annihilated. A total of 8 demon gods. The Admiral of Broken Bones was surprised and asked, "Did they send any news back?" The 4 demon gods checked the nearby communication magic tools, but all of them were silent. There was no movement. Looking at this scene, General Broken Bones sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Pass down the order. Level 3 alert. Dispatch 3 warships. We must eliminate the invading wild beasts." Woo woo woo, a loud and deep horn sounded in the demon army. The demon gods who were resting or laughing on the warships were all stunned. Seeing the 3 warships speeding away, the demon gods looked at each other. That's strange. Level 3 alert. The last time was 8 years ago when the princes and princesses caused trouble, right? Is the world going to be in chaos again? But to cause trouble in the demon world at this time is like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. However, not long after, the demon army's expressions turned serious. They no longer wanted to play around. This was because the second sound of the horn echoed in the dark, starry sky not long after the first sound. In the main ship's cabin, the 4 demon gods looked serious and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could it be a divine level, wild beast horde?" On the round disk, 3 extremely bright light spots were rapidly dimming. There was still no response from the communication devices in the cabin. What did this mean? It meant that the 3 warships were annihilated before they could even send a message. Those were 3 warships. Each ship had a lieutenant general demonic god whose cultivation was at least at level 4. At the same time, there were also 3 level 5 demonic gods and 5 level 6 demonic gods. They were so powerful that they could threaten the god realm empire. However, they were annihilated without a sound. They did not even have a chance to send a message. What had happened to them? The Admiral of Broken Bones' pupils constricted, and his face finally revealed a look of shock. He said sternly, "Level 2 alert. Mobilize 20 warships and prepare to defend against the enemy." Level 2 alert. It was a higher level of security than when the Demon King and the Demoness had caused trouble. On the round disk, the bright light spots of the 20 warships lit up almost half of the round disk. They formed a cloud and rushed to the place where the 3 warships had disappeared. However, at this moment, something strange happened. On the round disk, the light spots of the patrol teams were suddenly annihilated on a large scale. From the east to the demon world, all the light spots of the patrol teams were annihilated, as if they had suffered a terrifying destructive attack. Not a single one was left alive. At a glance, there was a long empty space in the sky above the round disk, leading to where they were. This scene had already shocked them to the point that they were speechless. The next scene caused them to feel terror from the depths of their souls. The dazzling light spots of the 20 warships were also annihilated rapidly. After a few breaths, there was dead silence. Together with the patrol teams, they were annihilated instantly. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Admiral Broken Bones felt a chill down his spine. After coming to his senses, he shouted, "Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! Quickly send a message to the demon world. Send a message to the princess. It's an enemy army." At this moment, how could they not understand that it wasn't a wild beast attacking them? It was a terrifyingly powerful enemy army. That power that instantly annihilated a large number of patrol teams and 20 warships. There was only one faction in the entire galaxy. The God Realm Empire. Woo, 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 woo. The urgent sound of the horns shook every corner of the dark galaxy. The observing demon army was like ants on a frying pan. The docked warships all started to move. Under the command of the main ship, they crisscrossed and formed a defensive formation. The demons on the warships all seemed to wake up from a dream. They flew to the deck of the warships in panic to prepare for battle. This was a scene they never dreamed of. They didn't attack the beings in the galaxy, but they dared to attack first. In the tens of millions of years of history of the God Realm, this was definitely unprecedented. The entire demon army was in chaos. Their defensive formation was in disarray. After a while, they barely managed to calm down. The remaining 77 warships arranged themselves in a net shape forming a shield in front of the demon world. At this moment, the galaxy was deathly silent. All the demon gods stared at the dark galaxy in front of them, not daring to blink. An inexplicable sense of fear swept through their hearts. They had always only attacked, only slaughtered, only stepped on the corpses of others with sinister smiles. They had never defended as if they were facing a great enemy. Time passed bit by bit. The enemy army was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1510. Even Admiral Broken Bone and the others in the main ship felt tormented, a torment they had never experienced before. Click, click, a soft mechanical sound came from the depths of the dark galaxy. When the sound fell into the ears of the demon gods, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten and their breathing quicken. The sound continued, getting clearer and closer. It was like a terrifying, bloodthirsty wild beast was slowly walking out of the darkness. I can't take it anymore. A demon god could not bear the pressure and rushed out with bloodshot eyes. I'll kill you. He turned into a blur and charged into the dark galaxy, fighting to the death with the being that was slowly closing in. However, he was like a speck of dust that fell into the endless dark abyss. He disappeared without a sound, not even a ripple. The cracking sounds were not obstructed in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the many demon gods were terrified. What exactly were they facing? This kind of fear was only felt by the ant-like creatures they had slaughtered. Inside the main ship, Admiral Broken Bone's forehead was dripping with sweat. His palms were wet, and his eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot because he stared at the disk. They could hear each other's heartbeats in the cabin. Click! At this moment, the inexplicable sound suddenly became clear. It's here! In the pupils of all the demons, an unbelievable scene was reflected in their eyes. A giant battleship the size of several cavern worlds, with a metallic luster, slowly sailed toward them. The battleship's design was extremely simple and exaggerated, especially the 100 huge cannons hanging below it. Just one of the cannons was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. The metal on the battleship was extremely complicated. It was made of unknown and mysterious metal materials that were connected in a very strange way. In terms of size, this battleship was hundreds of times larger than all of them combined. In front of it, they were like 100 specks of dust. The weaved defensive net was like a joke in front of it. It was like a spider web trying to intercept a sturdy black bull. The extreme shock shocked them, and they did not dare to move. The thing that attacked them was actually such a terrifying thing. In the cabin of the main ship, Admiral Broken Bone gasped. What is this thing? Bang! What answered him was a beam of energy filled with the power of extreme destruction. The 100 cannons were filled with incomparably berserk power at the same time and shot out in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. All that was left in the dark Milky Way were the heaven-shaking rumbles and the light pillars that illuminated the Milky Way. The entire galaxy was caught in the flickering brilliance. When the pillar of light finished pouring down, the galaxy returned to silence. However, all that was left in the sky were the wreckage of the battleships that were almost smashed to pieces, as well as countless devils that had been smashed to pieces. There were no more living beings. Under the superior extermination cannon's focus, nothing was left of the flagship. General Broken Bone, who was inside, naturally didn't even have a corpse left. Schwa! At this time, dozens of small boats flew out from the battleship. They were all soldiers of the God Realm Empire, and they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Sigh, if it's too clean, it'll be hard to find any valuable resources. The soldier cleaning had a bitter smile on his face. TSK, still want to pick up resources? It's hard for me to even pick up a pile of SH*T and bring it back. The destruction is 2F** King thorough. In the sacred sky worship, many deities were dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of them in disbelief. When they were preparing for the war, they were prepared to fight to the death. However, the scene in front of them had subverted their understanding. The incomparably powerful demon army, the demon race that had wreaked havoc in the Milky Way for millions of years, the demon army that could frighten all the deities with its prestige, was annihilated in an instant. In the central control room, Suyu leaned against the throne and looked at the main screen calmly. The screen showed all the scenes of the battle outside. His face was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of surprise. He said, "Everyone, the demon realm is right in front of us." The deities looked past the wreckage and landed on the huge cavern world that was shaped like a woman's womb. All of them were shocked. So that is the demon realm. Many of the deities had only heard of it, but they had never seen the real demon realm. This was the first time they had seen it. What was even more unexpected was that they were here to attack the demon realm. Even the deities of the Great Western Alliance had never thought that there would be a day when they would counterattack the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm was in the center of the womb. There was a huge whirlpool that was emitting black, demonic energy. Inside was the demon realm, which had threatened the creatures of the Milky Way for millions of years. All the deities suppressed their fear and excitement and stared at the entrance. At this time, they heard Su Yu's indifferent voice, "Everyone get ready to fight to the death." It was a vow before the war, which should have made their blood boil and their fighting spirits rise. However, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard it. With such a sacred sky worship, was it necessary for them to fight to the death? They probably wouldn't even have many opportunities to show their faces. "Yes, sir." However, they were still excited, and they couldn't describe their excitement in words. With a click, the huge sacred sky warship sailed into the whirlpool. From afar, it looked like a sharp arrow that had been inserted into a womb. For the first time, the creatures of the Milky Way were going to attack the demon realm. Swish! At this moment, a small boat arrived slowly. One of them had only half of his soul left, and the other had lost his cultivation. They were the Dakini and Gutaishu. Although they were one step ahead, they were far slower than the sacred sky warship and fell behind. Looking at the wreckage of the Milky Way, the two were stunned. Inside the demon realm, the conversation between Princess Yunxia and Li Fei came to an end. Princess Yunxia said, "No need to say more. The first demon army has accumulated more than half of the forces of the demon realm. We must not act rashly." Li Fei compromised and said, "Well, I will listen to your arrangements, as long as the giant of the bitter sea can devour all the creatures of the Milky Way." At this moment, the jade pendant on Princess Yunxia's waist suddenly made a rapid sound. "What?" Princess Yunxia frowned, took off the jade pendant, and crushed it on the spot. From the jade pendant came a hurried voice, reporting to the princess, "The first demon army has been attacked, and the first level of alert has been activated." Li Fei was slightly surprised. The first level of alert? This is the alert level that the entire demon realm will only be under threat. The entire demon realm only activated it tens of millions of years ago, when the giant of the bitter sea was penetrated by a mysterious force. Could it be that the General Broken Bone made a mistake and sent the wrong alert level? Li Fei was a little skeptical. Princess Yunxia's expression was already solemn. She shook her head and said, "The General Broken Bone is the leader of the Holy Magic Hall, second only to the demonic god of 6 paths. He is very strong and has a lot of experience in leading troops. The demonic god of 6 paths also praised him many times and intended to train him to be the successor of the commander. It is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake." As she said, Princess Yunxia took out another messaging jade pendant and filled in the message. "General Broken Bone, what is the current situation? What kind of enemy is attacking?" However, the message was like a stone in the sea. Princess Yunxia frowned slightly. "Strange. Does the enemy have the means to block the transmission of messages?" After a moment of hesitation, Princess Yunxia made a prompt decision and said, "Li Fei, immediately dispatch the god-level patrol team out to investigate." Be sure to grasp the details of the battle outside. At the same time, mobilize the second demon army in my name and prepare to go out to assist the first demon army." Li Fei nodded. "Okay." Watching Li Fei leave, Princess Yunxia couldn't help but touch her chest. Her eyebrows arched. "Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness?" Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Princess Yunxia disappeared from the palace without a trace. After Li Fei dispatched a few god-level patrol teams, he immediately went to mobilize the second demon army of the Holy Magic Hall. But at this moment, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder in the sky above the imperial city. A huge vortex opened silently. Li Fei was shocked. How is it possible that the first demon army was defeated so quickly and retreated back to the demonic world? However, Li Fei soon realized that something was wrong. No, why is the vortex still expanding? Even if all the battleships retreated together, it wouldn't cause such a huge vortex. Whoosh! While he was in shock, a tearing sound suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. The vortex seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and was torn open on the spot, revealing a large space crack. At the same time, a huge battleship tore the vortex and forced its way in. Its size was unbelievably huge. The second demon army of the Holy Magic Hall, which was attacking the creatures of the demonic world with all its strength, was shocked. The size of the battleship was comparable to the sealed boundary of an entire prince. Li Fei's pupils shrank, and he lost his voice in shock. How is it possible? The weapon of the ancient civilization, the sacred sky warship. Impossible! Why would it appear in the god realm of the galaxy? Deep fear appeared in his eyes, but he was still calm enough to issue a command. He let out a whistle that spread throughout the imperial city. "The princess has ordered that the second demon army will change the priority target of the enemy invasion. Attack immediately." The second demon army quickly gave up on blocking the ordinary creatures and changed their target to the sacred sky worship. Tens of thousands of prospective deities and hundreds of demon gods joined the siege. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the sacred sky worship. "Oh, there's still a batch of demon gods in the Holy Magic Hall? Fine, let's wipe them out together." Boom, boom. Infinite beams of light from the superior extermination cannon crisscrossed and swept across the world. Under the light beams, no matter how strong the deities were, they were all turned into dust. The dust drifted down from the sky, turning the sky that was filled with bloody light gray. In the blink of an eye, the world was silent. Many creatures of the demonic world stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The second demon army of the demonic world was gone just like that? From the sacred sky worship, the young and indifferent voice came again. "Princess Yunxia, how are you?" Boom! With a roar, a beam of light penetrated the depths of the imperial palace and blasted out a huge pit. In the deep pit, under the protection of a layer of bloody light, several halls that were rolling with extreme demonic chi could be vaguely seen. That was the most mysterious existence of the demonic world, the Holy Magic Hall. In the demonic chi, a graceful woman with a phoenix crown on her head stood with her head raised. Her phoenix eyes were filled with deep shock, and her tone was indescribably calm. She said word by word, "You are actually not dead.